Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Day 2 of Amplified. Very exciting stuff. Right now, I'm here with Jeff and Jean-Max, and they'll introduce themselves in just a second. But I just wanted to let you guys know, Amplified, if you didn't tune in yesterday, is our 10th anniversary celebrations. Usually it goes by Endless Day, but this year we kind of changed that up because A, it's more than just one day this time around. B, we have gone beyond the Endless Universe this year and for the last couple of years, but you know what? It was the 10th anniversary, so we said, hey, go big or go home, you know? So that is Amplified 2021. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by. We have some cool stuff planned for you today. First, we're gonna talk to these awesome guys right here. We're gonna go through the Endless Dungeon trailer that you might have seen at the Game Awards late last year. We'll be watching that and kind of just chatting with these guys about you know, what's going on there. Let's learn a little bit more about this little game. And then finally, we'll be playing some Endless Dungeon multiplayer with Stephanie and Bo and some of you guys from the community.
Endless Legend.
Endless Legend. Did I say Endless Dungeon?
Yes.
We're not playing Endless Dungeon. Let me tell you that.
Time out! Time out!
That
Endless Legend.
That was quite the tease. Really?
Sorry, everybody. Endless Legend. But first, I don't want to go on too long. This is Jeff and Jean-Max. Guys, how are you doing?
We're good. Jeff, you should go first. No, you've been here for the last 10 years. You should introduce yourself first.
Age before beauty, is that it? I hear you. I
Not
hear you.
age,
Right.
experience.
I prefer that.
Nice.
Yes, so hi, how do you do? If you guys weren't on the stream yesterday, I introduced myself, but I'll do it again. My name's Jeff Spock. I am the narrative director of Amplitude, which basically means that everything that's text in the game is either my fault or my responsibility. So all the lore, the background, the universe, I work with Steve, our other writer, to do all the text and everything like that. So all the games we've done in universe, with the help of these incredible people in the studio, they've 10 years now. For 10 years we've been doing this, so we're really excited to share where we are and where we're going with you guys.
All right, and I'm Jean-Max. I'm the creative director at Amplitude, which means I basically help building the vision for our games and carry the vision during production and hopefully deliver on that vision. So you know, I work very closely with Jeff, with the art team, with the game design team, audio team, our music composers, and yeah, we try to make the best possible games, and we're very excited today to be, well, I haven't been here for 10 years. I've only been here for 3 years.
3 years? Huh?
But I've been working in video game for 17 years, so yeah, and couldn't be more happier than to be working with these guys here and building the future of...
He's the guy who, like, if you go to one of these shows and there's somebody like spinning like 9 plates on rods and stuff, that's basically what his job is.
That's basically what you just explained.
I have one plate. It's like so good. It's so easy.
Yeah. So I actually asked Jeff this yesterday, but what is your history in the games industry?
Wow. So I was basically born at Ubisoft.
Okay. Nice.
17 years ago. I first worked as a product manager for the Chinese market at Ubisoft. Then moved back to France and worked in production, started working on creative production, and that's where I met Romain. Actually, I met Jeff too, but we didn't talk that much.
Yeah, we
back
didn't
then.
actually have a project together, but we were kind of in the same...
Yeah, we would stare at each other from, you know, from one side of the open space.
Who's that suspicious looking guy?
Yeah,
like an anime-style showdown.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. So yeah, and then I moved on. I co-founded a studio that you folks might know, Don't Nod Entertainment. I directed Remember Me, was a creative director on up until episode 2 of Life is Strange. Then moved to Denmark to work as a game director on Hitman. And did a few other things, consulting missions, and ended up, shaking hands with Romain
Wow.
3 years ago. That this was the new adventure I chose, and it's been awesome.
Very cool.
And the games we're showing, I hope you also find awesome, and it's just pure joy to be working here.
Yeah. So you've been spinning plates for a little while.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
I broke quite a few, but I hid them very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Just
We haven't noticed
dust it.
shards anyway.
Yeah.
So far so good.
Nice. So you guys kind of touched on this, but how long have you been working like in the Endless universe? Is it just like straight since you got here? Jeff, you've been here since the start, so like probably since the beginning.
The Endless universe actually started, sort of in Roman's house when we'd like get together after dinner and come up with ideas and factions and the history and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I've been there since the beginning. But as soon as Jean-Mac started, he jumped right in. It was just after we'd shipped Space 2, and we started working on the DLCs and that sort of thing.
Yes.
And he was involved in that. And then Endless Dungeon, he's been very heavily involved in since we started that project.
Mm-hmm.
And then, should we do future games in Endless Universe? Who knows?
Who knows?
It would be excellent to have this man working with us.
Nice. Has the Endless universe evolved in a way that you intended from the start, Jeff? Like, had you envisioned where it is today, and where it's going today?
Did you have a timeline in mind for the Endless universe?
You are not allowed to go there. You're just not allowed to. The whole idea of the Endless Universe was when we were doing the first game. I was just happy to come up with factions, and Romain was very serious about saying, no, we want something bigger than just this game, right? We want a universe that we can do other games, other genres, other stories, other kinds of, other either dramatic genres or game genres. We want a much vaster thing than just, here's 8 factions in the SF universe. We wanted the whole background and the past, the future, all of that. So that's really what we started working on from the beginning, and it's been great because the artists, the designers, programmers, marketing, tons of ideas from everybody's been pitching in and building it together. So I get to go around and say like it's my universe, but it's really it's been a joint conspiracy. Everybody's really been involved in it.
Yeah.
And it's been really fun. And I think we did for years, and I'm sure I've said this before publicly on streams. I was never going to make a timeline for the Endless Universe because once you have a timeline and things are fixed, and that gets published, then you can't change it anymore, right? Then you lose all your flexibility, and you sort of have to. But I think we're probably going to make a timeline because it's getting out of control otherwise. I'm having trouble remembering. Like, wait, which faction was alive when this happened?
Yeah.
So at some point, this has to be codified.
Right. Totally.
Yeah.
Actually, just one thing that I forgot to say at the start of the stream. We're going to do a community questions period at the end of the stream. So if you guys have any questions for these guys during the stream at any point, just toss your questions in the chat, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. And we have Stephanie, the Cat of Nine Tails, and Bo, our community managers, taking a look at that. So I'll be able to read those kind of near the tail end of this part of the stream. So I just wanted to say that. Throw your questions in the chat. So Jean-Max, which games have you been directly involved in so far, and kind of at what capacity?
Well, I joined Amplitude on the 4th of June 2018. So we were basically releasing, I think the first DLC I got involved with was the one that we used to call Umbral Choir, and
Right.
ended up being Penumbra.
Penumbra, right, exactly. That's right.
Did Kapaku and the Mikara on
right, for Legend.
Legend.
Yep.
But immediately got involved more and more in Humankind, like high level experience, meaning, a lot on the music side as well with Arnaud. I mean, Arnaud is, you know, he's the reason the music is so awesome, but you know, he also needs, you know, someone to talk with on a daily
also,
basis.
you might know him as Fly By No.
Yes, he used to be Fly By No, but he now wants to go by his real name.
Nice.
Which is Arnaud Roy.
Hey, you know what? I'll call him anything as long as the music stays just as awesome as it is. Yeah.
Arnaud is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've played, if you've played any of our games, you know that. But in Humankind, I think reaches a new level because those are all instruments, melodies, soundscapes that are grounded in tradition, cultural traditions, in history, and it's a whole different experience. But hopefully, from playing the OpenDev build, you know that he's done it again. And it's really great. And same goes for Endless Dungeon. So Arnaud and I actually decided to contact Leroy Lin for the music. But Arnaud is the one that so basically, okay, so here's how it typically plays out. So one of the things I thought would work really well and became one of the pillars of the game, and I should be careful not to say too much, but was this idea of a galactic western.
Right.
For the vibe
Endless
of the
Dungeon
game.
you're talking about.
I'm talking about Endless Dungeon, sorry. Galactic western vibe, feeling, background. And so we wanted to have this clash of sci-fi and, let's say, neo-folk Americana that will remind you, of other vibes and universes. And the way it came together, the way Leroy delivered on the pitch, the way Arnaud introduced the synth elements to the track.
Very cool.
Was amazing, and so yeah. I mean, that's typically one of the things I did on but that I helped do on Endless Dungeon. I work with lead game designers on both titles, so also having quite my hands full with game design decisions. But Romain remains also very much involved in, especially on Humankind, with the day-to-day game design decisions. Humankind and Dungeon, I would say, are like the two actual games I'm going to be shipping first. With Amplitude.
Very cool.
So I'm very, very excited.
That's awesome. And everybody, pertaining to the Lara Lynn track, I can't say too much, but I just want to say we hear you on social media asking for the track. So we see that. It's awesome.
Just to clarify a thing about music, because I was confused when I heard this, and maybe other people are as well. Lara Lynn isn't like doing all the music in the game, right? Because like once you're down and you're doing your runs and the the roguelite stuff, and there's like environmental sounds and music and attack music, defense music, monster music, with all that stuff. That's where the genius of Arnaud Roy comes in.
Yes.
That's all his stuff. And she's just doing these really evocative, cool sort of set piece songs that you're going to hear, and I don't even know if I can say when and where, but anyway, so that's just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
that's
Arnaud is he's just a master of that, like atmospheric, just making you feel exactly what you're supposed to feel, where you're supposed to feel it, you know.
But we can't talk too much about it. But let's just say, there will be more than one track And we're very happy with the direction some of the other songs are taking.
Yes.
And these basically, Lyra will be in the game with the band. And they'll be playing songs for you to enjoy, in between.
Very cool.
Annihilating millions of crawling blobs.
Yeah. Do you guys have a favorite faction out of the whole Endless universe?
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Big one.
All right, I'll go first.
You go first. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't
No?
have a favorite faction. No, I guess it's because I wasn't directly involved in Space and Legend, like the actual standalone games. So I'm still relatively, I don't take sides, although bearded Horatios.
Cool.
And I think
Identify.
So yeah, I'm ready to provide any reference material you need.
Nice. Bearded Horatio would be awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I like them all. They're awesome.
Yep. I think you said Sophons yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday we talked about this, and I said Sophons because that's kind of like my approach to anything I do. Whether I'm writing or cooking, making cocktails, whatever. It's like you keep experimenting until you break something, and then that's just sort of the mentality that I have in life. So I sort of like that. What I forgot to mention yesterday, the one, and there's a lot of factions I really like in Legend, but the one that I think I enjoyed most was the Alayi. And it's funny because they were invented. Because I work in Europe, I get to have like 3-4 week vacations, which is great. So I was off on vacation for like a month, and I came back, and I was told, "Hey, we finished the concept art for the new faction," and I'm like, "These are like bat-winged goats with like lions' manes." It's like, who did this? And so literally there was like no lore for the faction, nothing. We just had the artwork.
Yeah.
And so from that we had to like create the whole background and everything like that. But I think I ended up really liking what they did with the gameplay. I don't know how much you guys know about the whole winter season and stuff, but they really changed the way you approach the winter. I ended up really loving the visuals actually and the style of it and that kind of thing. So yeah, that might have ended up being one of my favorites in Legend.
Well, that kind of leads me to my next question, which is like, Jeff, where do you like pull inspiration from when you're trying to come up with all these like crazy ideas for the different factions that are in the game? Is there something that you consistently go to, or is it something new all the time? Or?
One thing I really want to underline this is they're not. Sophons, that was pretty much my idea, but a lot of the factions just come from other people, come from other influences. The first 8 we initially did for Endless Space were with Romain, so there's a lot of his stuff in there as well. I tend to go back to a lot of the classic references just because I grew up reading them. The Lord of the Rings, the Foundation series, all the Star Wars stuff, which I read voraciously as a kid. A lot of the Golden Age SF. There's a lot of that kind of thing. But what's really interesting then is because I have like a set sort of frame of references from kind of a set period of Earth cultural history. And what's really good is to mix it up with like the younger designers and artists that are in the thing and say, "Oh, Jeff, have you seen this series? Have you done this movie? Because this would be really cool." And I don't know it, and I'll go look at it and like, "Whoa, that's really cool. We'll do a thing like that." So that's good. My references are kind of maybe a little bit traditional,
right?
But I think the advantage of working with like a lot of bright young people is you keep getting that thrown into a lot of questions come out, and so you bounce back and forth, and we do brainstorming, just come up with cooler stuff than Jeff ever could alone.
Yeah, definitely.
Am I a bright young people?
You're like a kid. I mean, he's only been here 3 years.
So there are quite a few games in the Endless universe now, but I guess a lot of people want to know about the next one that's coming out, which is Endless Dungeon. What made us go back to this style of game, the sort of like roguelike like genre?
So I wasn't here when Dungeon of the Endless got started, but I've been here long enough to have heard all the stories about how it came to be, and I think it was just originally it was a fun side project, you know, an idea they had drinking beer and decided to carry on with, and it became a labor of love for this very small team to you know, do a spin-off in the Endless Universe, and with a very different gameplay than our other games in the universe, but also very different gameplay than any other game in the industry, with this tower defense meets RPG,
dungeon crawler, squad based. I mean, it's like
it was
it's a bunch of stuff.
You know, also the art style was really cool, and it allowed us also to goof around with the humor, the tone. Everything felt, you know, it was a way to channel all the crazy ideas into that game. And so, I mean, once you've said that, why wouldn't you want to follow up on that, you know? So
totally.
So basically, we know we have a core audience of diehard fans of Dungeon of the Endless, and with Endless Dungeon, so we'll talk a little bit about the name change. We just want to do even better and have this experience translate in a 3D environment. With better dungeons, different tactical gameplay, additional layers of progression in a roguelike, which you know, Dungeon of the Endless may have been lacking, and it will be, you know, bigger and better. Like, as in refined. We want to refine. I mean, don't get me wrong, don't expect the exact same gameplay as in Dungeon of the Endless, but exact the same spirit and same involvement. It's going to play differently, but it is at heart, you know, as people have been saying, a spiritual successor to Dungeon of the Endless.
Definitely. Is that true? Did it actually come up over like a couple beers with some friends?
Were you there?
No, I wasn't there. We should go grab Max or something. It was. I think it was Romain, Max, and Maxence.
Yes.
They were having beers at I think it was even at a beers together.
Oh, okay.
And they're talking about, you know, this thing like, well, what if instead of like having to go in and plunder the dungeon, you had to like control the dungeon and escape from it. Right, so they wanted to like take the roguelite thing and sort of turn it around, and then they got, you know, pulled in tower defense and RPG elements and all that sort of thing, and then they all went away. You know, that was a Friday night. They all went away. Monday morning, they came back. All three of them had been working on design ideas during the weekend. So it was
very
like,
nice.
Oh, yeah, I think we're probably going to do this.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you remember it being initially kind of scary to move from like once this idea started to get real? Like, you guys have been doing some 4X games and kind of getting better over there. Was it scary to kind of like switch gears a little bit?
Yeah, it was definitely weird. You know, because all the games I worked on till then, I mean, is a fairly set production flow for the kind of 4X we do, where, you know, we start with, you know, when and where it happens in the universe, what the factions are. You get into faction gameplay styles. You know, you do the heroes, you have then the tech tree, and, you know, and this is just completely different, right? I mean, you're writing descriptions of monsters, items that they use, their skills. You know, you're giving them lines of dialogue. You're doing backstories, and, you know, there's a whole different writing challenge from my point of view. So that was weird, and certainly for the designers, it was nothing like a 4X. I mean, it had the strategy elements, it had the resources, but yeah, I mean, it was, you know, I think they also had a lot of fun with it. I mean, the guys who did it only had like maybe a year or so experience at the time when they started, and so it was really, you know.
That's awesome. That's really exciting though, for a team like that. That's cool.
That was pretty cool.
And before we get to some community questions, I just wanted to touch on what you said, John Max, which is the spiritual successor thing. Can you talk a little bit about why we didn't just decide to go with like Dungeon of the Endless 2 and kind of what spiritual successor actually means?
Yeah. Basically, Endless Dungeon is this unique mix of roguelike, tower defense, RPG elements, you know, cranked up to 11. So you get, you know, if you're a Dungeon of the Endless fan, you know, you're definitely gonna get what you want.
Right.
We went with direct control and hero switching, which leads to some phases of gameplay being more action-oriented. So there are differences. We believe there are good differences. The recipe is evolving, but we didn't want to alienate
Yes.
anyone who hadn't played the first game, and so that, you know, anyone coming into Endless Dungeon would come in, you know, with a clean slate and have no preconception of what the game should be.
Right.
And we didn't want people to feel like they had been missing out, and that you know, it wasn't worth entering the series at number 2.
Right.
And the game is different enough. It is. I mean, we work hard at keeping the DNA and the legacy. Don't get me wrong, but it's different enough that we thought, you know, let's go for another name. It was going to be Endless Dungeon. I think the link is pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And everybody's welcome.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that the thing we're really trying to keep, I mean, from my point of view, is we really want to keep the same style, the atmosphere, the tone. You know, it's kind of frantic. It's a little bit crazy. The humor is kind of a little bit ridiculous, which is all the sorts of things you don't have in our other games, which are really sort of cerebral thinking games, much more dramatic. You know, whatever lore and story is in there is sort of much more sort of classical structure and that sort of thing. Whereas Dungeon of the Endless was just like people running around, things blowing up and dying and screaming and ridiculous and all sorts of silly things going on.
Yeah.
So I wanted to keep much more of that kind of vibe. It's just, you know, the decision was made that we maybe, you know, we want to. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a direct control. It's gonna be, you know, ideally it's gonna be out on consoles as well and that sort of thing. And so it's a different play style. We want to be able to touch all those play styles with the same kind of game, but it's not identical.
Yes.
So we really couldn't call it 2. It really is. It's like obviously the same, except like not totally.
Yeah.
Sort of, you know, that kind of.
Yeah, for sure. I just whipped out my phone here, everybody. I'm not texting on the set. That would be incredibly rude. But we can get to some community questions. So the Cat of Nine Tails and Bo have been looking at your chats, so they've been sending some over. There are a couple comments on your magnificent beard.
Seriously, a hand for
yes,
Jean-Max's beard.
Absolutely.
That's pretty special.
Absolutely. Cameron Lawson from YouTube asks, how excited are you for the release of Endless Dungeon? Are you like jazzed up for it? It's still a long ways out.
Every new release is, you know, a huge rush of adrenaline, and you know, you question yourself and your choices up until the very end.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pain involved, but so much pleasure in the end.
A Frenchman discussing games. You know, whatever.
Well, yeah. You know, don't take things I say the wrong way.
Sorry. Okay. My bad.
No, it's true. I mean, every game is yeah. I mean, games are unpredictable. You know, the tech evolves all the time.
Yeah.
People's tastes evolve, new trends. Some other people become quite conservative about what they like. I don't know. I've been doing this for 17 years, and you know, I think I'll never be able to say, okay, I'm on autopilot.
No, that was easy.
Yeah, that was easy. Yeah, I'm never going to be able to say that was easy.
That's
true.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I think.
But
I
it's
mean,
good.
we haven't announced the release date or anything, have we?
No.
A release year?
I don't think we've said a year.
All right, cool. You know, I'm very excited to do another Dungeon of the Endless for the reasons that I was saying earlier. That is, it's a game where I can, you know, write a lot more crazy or silly stuff. We have a lot of fun on the team coming up with ideas, stuff you can never put in a more serious game like one of our 4X games. We can put in Dungeon. So I'm always very happy to work on that kind of project and release that kind of game. So, and with the whole different gameplay, I'm really bad at it. I die constantly when I play. You know, so we get test builds of the game, and I'm like, hey, I'm dead. This time, look, you see, I'm dead. You know, it just keeps going. Like, but I love it. I mean, it's just fun. I like the experience, the atmosphere.
That's like me with the regular Dungeon of the Endless as well. I'm just always dying, but it's the best time ever.
Yeah, I mean, Dungeon of the Endless 1 had quite the learning curve, you know. And I used to, I mean, because that joke on difficulty modes, you know, normal
too
mode
easy,
being easy, and then, I don't condone that at all. It hurt my personal feelings very much. And I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, it's an awesome game, but it does take some time to pick up and even more to master.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want Endless Dungeon to be as accessible as can be, and you know, a game should always be hard to master, but we can certainly make some progress on the easy to pick up
learn part.
Yeah,
so that's true. Very
for
true.
sure.
Pete Crichton from Twitch asks, when did work start on Endless Dungeon?
Wow, we need a producer.
Next question. Thanks, Pete. That was great.
Kay.
Next question.
When did it start? Oh, I know. I think it was around. I think we made the decision right after Gamescom. 2018, 19.
Something around there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's.
I mean, it
little over a year, basically. I guess.
Yeah.
I always get mixed up in the how long has it been? Well, I don't know.
You've had 17 Gamescoms. How do you keep
I don't keep track. Yeah. I even went to a Gamescom you must have gone there too, in Leipzig.
No.
No,
Never made it
you've
there,
never
no.
done that.
No.
Well, I used to go to Leipzig for Gamescom.
Nice.
Cool.
I actually went once.
More than
It was
me.
really cool.
Off YouTube, Balthazar Gelt asks, the factions in the Endless Universe are some of my favorite in gaming. How do you approach creating unique races and species?
That's.
It's broad.
Yeah, it's broad because it comes from a lot of different places. Typically, because we're doing a 4X game, a faction has a gameplay bias. I mean, it's your science faction, it's your industry faction, it's your building faction, your conquest faction, that kind of thing. So you start with sort of like what they do, and then you sort of build the faction personality around why is there a faction that's like this. So the Sophons with a science, Horatio, this obsessed multi-zillionaire who just wants to cover the universe with people that look like him because he's so gorgeous. So that's the expansion, the population victory kind of thing. So we start really with kind of the gameplay style and the victory type, and then we just shoot ideas around, see what we come up with. I mean, I don't even remember who came up with the whole mafia side for the Lumeris, but that just seemed like such a cool thing for the mercantile faction to have it sort of like. Like Venetian style city-state with a little bit of mafia touch to it kind of thing.
Very cool.
Yeah, I mean, we just, it starts there and then we build around it. And the other amazing thing is the community factions, what the community comes up with. I mean, I thought the Alayi was bad, and then for like Endless Space 2, it's like, hey, you get flying space trees, Jeff. I'm like, what? But they're great. I mean, doing the
awesome.
Unfallen was really good, and that turned out to be a great and a really popular faction.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the ideas come from all over the place.
Absolutely. Doodle Goop on Twitch asks, does Jeff feel like the community has Flanderized Horatio?
I don't know. Once you let your creation out in the wild, it's kind of no longer yours. So if the community amuses themselves with Horatio, that's awesome. I'm just really happy about being a part of the creation of that. And it's really fun to see where he pops up. And
yeah,
I think somebody made a Horatio faction in a competing game. It's made not. So that kind of thing is just really funny. I think it's great. I'm a fan of seeing where the creativity goes with the community.
Yeah. Mart May on Twitch asks for a release period. I don't think we're ready to touch on that just yet. How far along is the game? Is it in a playable state, or are things like not really there yet?
Well, it's yeah, the dev team plays it every day.
Mhm.
Is it in the playable state for us to put a build out to the public?
Yeah.
No. We still have a lot of work to do, but what I can tell you is that we enjoy playing the game very much, and we enjoy playing it more and more. We actually have we just initiated that a few months ago, a slot in our calendar where we play the game. The whole team plays the game together, and just basically chats about what they think
Very cool.
is working, what is not. And it's really it's great to take part in these sessions. I know. I mean, I have to admit I didn't attend the last two ones because of Humankind, but I know you were there.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit maybe about. Well, you died, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know, my gameplay sessions tend to not be long, but lots of short little ones. But like for instance, yeah, I mean, we have not all the heroes are completed, not all the monsters are completed, not all the levels are completed, but there's enough of each that you can play the game. So it's definitely in a playable state. We don't have all the weapons yet and that kind of thing, but we have weapons. You can switch them. Well, if you watch the trailer, you probably saw some of that. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of it's there. I mean, all the building blocks are there, just not all the content really. So we're just working and refining. The designers are constantly, like designers do, questioning themselves. How do we make it better? What do we change? Let's do this. Does that work? They'll go back, try that.
Yeah.
So it's in that kind of shape. So
Yeah, and the user interface is still very much in the works.
Oh, yeah.
as
For sure.
well. So I mean, you do have content that makes the game playable. But if you don't know beforehand how it plays, then it's very hard to pick up right now. So that's, I mean, that's nothing we can't solve easily. It's just very early in the process.
This is my first job at a video game studio, and one thing I've learned from being here is UI is not as straightforward as just being like, oh, just click down a couple times and you're there. It's like it's a big job,
UI is, I mean, I wouldn't call it, I wouldn't make it more important than other things in the game that are very much important, but it's the cornerstone of quite a few things. I mean, especially in our games.
Yep.
I mean, 4X
and 4X,
and rich, complex 4X games, but you have to access simple. So.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to look good, to look fun, easy to interact with. It needs to present you with clear information that you can easily interact with and easily track the results of your interactions. All of that while all the bricks and pieces that make up the game are moving because, we have to respond to feedback from the community or our own feedback, new features getting added. But we have, I mean, we've built a team recently for UI, UX and UI. It's being led by Ségolène, and she has assembled a team of very talented people that have already presented us with really cool orientations for. I mean, the interface on Humankind is getting polished, and we have lots of improvements that are going to come in, and it's going to make the game much easier to play. I mean, I think it's already in a good place, but we're not there yet. It's going to be absolutely awesome when it gets out. I mean, I can't stress enough how Humankind is great. But they're also already working on Endless Dungeon.
Very cool.
And no later than yesterday or the day before, they presented me the hero interface, like how it would actually look on screen.
Cool.
So these are the early days. I'm talking about Endless Dungeon. And lots of issues to solve, lots of, you need to put yourself in the player's shoes all the time. And you need to be able to think, putting aside your own biases as much as you can.
Yeah. Do you guys ever feel like you get tunnel vision? Like you're just like, I just need somebody else to look at this right now because I've been like looking at it for so long?
I think, I like to believe I managed to, look at it from a distance at all times. That's kind of what I need to be able to do.
It's kind of part of the job,
but it's always good to get, outside eyes, play tests, open devs, you name it.
I think that's one of the things I think that Jean-Max has been great for me. Steve and I always bounce stuff back and forth. The two writers, we always do that. But often I'll do something. I think, hey, it's pretty good. I'll send it over to Jean-Max. He's like, Jeff, you didn't even think about this. I'll be like, oh man, and so that's fine. I mean, that's a huge value add, right?
Yeah.
So that's you can definitely get that when you're when you're plunging down and trying to tick off your task list and that sort of thing.
Definitely.
It's great to have a good mind to look at it and say, wait a minute, let's think it over.
I'm the good mind.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
Fresh,
that wasn't
young, good, bright young mind.
Yes, yes. That's the moral of this entire stream.
I wish you were my boss. I'd get a raise from it.
A good one from YouTube, Kartul Gash asks, has the music ever been the main inspiration for a faction, or is it always created after? Like, when does the music come in to play for each faction?
Do you want to answer that for Space and Legend?
I think, for Space and Legend, it's the music. No, the music is pretty much always comes afterwards because.
But very soon afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, basically, what Arno needs is some concept art. And maybe just a couple of lines from me, and then it's just like goes on off in his creative thing. I mean, you could say, do we get inspiration from music? Sure. We get inspiration from a lot of different sources, but typically Arno bases on something exists, some sort of matter that exists for him to start doing the music.
Right. Okay. Pepper 8888 on Twitch says, is Endless Dungeon more of a point-and-click action RPG like Diablo or something else?
Wow. No, it is not a point-and-click game. It is meant to be played with the controller primarily, hence the direct control on the characters and you being able to switch between them. Diablo, no, I wouldn't call it Diablo-like. I mean, Diablo relies extremely on looting, and we do have looting in Dungeon, but I don't think it's... And Diablo has, I mean, the equipment and No, we're not going down the Diablo path. We are really going down our own. Don't get me wrong, Diablo is an amazing game, and
of course,
I love it, just like everybody. But no, we're doing a roguelike with tower defense and RPG elements. And we're the only ones.
I think what I would add to that is part of my problem is that at first I was going in and trying to play Endless Dungeon like it's a hack and slash, right? We're trying to figure out your combinations and what's the best weapon, and you just keep dying, right? Because there is actually the tactical strategic element where you have to think about where you're going to go, where you place your towers. There's a lot more to it than just like running in and beating people up.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a key thing.
That's actually one of our key points of interest in the gameplay. I mean, in fostering the gameplay experience, because you get direct control over your character. If you are a Diablo player or an action game player, it's easy to think that you're going to be able to just run and gun.
Right.
Not at all. You need to play as a team, to switch heroes, to place turrets. You need to strategize, to act tactically.
We'll talk a little bit more about that when we watch the gameplay, because it'll more contextualize that part of it.
I think
for
the
sure.
basic hint is simply don't play like Jeff. I think that's like a fundamental lesson we can give you.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. We'll do one more question from the chat without spoiling too much. will we have characters from major factions in Endless Dungeon? For example, the Vajani or any Endless Legend factions? Without spoiling.
Well, just say yes or no.
Well, yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
We're not going to tell you which
Yeah.
factions,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
all, it's an endless universe game, so they're all,
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so maybe we'll just take a little bit of a break, grab some water or something like that, and then we'll watch the trailer and then go through a little bit of the gameplay. That sounds okay.
Super.
Cool. So we'll be back maybe in like 5 minutes, everybody. So stay tuned. Hey everybody, welcome back. We're still here with Jean-Max and Jeff. We're about to watch the Endless Dungeon trailer. But before that, I wanted to tell you guys a little bit about a little contest that we're doing. We're doing a low-cost cosplay contest currently. What you have to do is just like scour your place, wherever you live, gather a couple things, just lying around your house. Please do not spend any money on this. All you have to do is do a low-cost cosplay of any endless character. This is actually ours. And make your own cosplay. Share it on social media using hashtag amplified cosplay. Am I right, Stephanie? Hashtag amplified cosplay, I think. You'll get stuff like this. This is Chef Nanner in the kitchen.
With a knife.
With a knife.
I think that's your Cluedo answer.
Very nice. That one's pretty good. I think we have a couple more as well. This is a Riftborn. See, this is the spirit we're looking for,
That's
everybody.
excellent.
Grab a couple cardboard boxes, anything you have. This guy, you know what? This guy actually doesn't even have anything on the cardboard boxes. If you have a cardboard box that has like a Clorox logo on it or something like that, that's even better. It has to just have the spirit of like something you found in your cupboard. So this is great. This one is also awesome. This is Bellig. You might notice the Valters tattoo over there, which is pretty sweet. So all you have to do your cosplay, hashtag amplified cosplay, and you could win a bunch of really cool stuff, including copies of Humankind. So that's awesome. You can also win some of the Endless collection. We just got some really cool prizes. So do that. Takes minimal effort. In fact, we condone the minimal effort. Yeah. You just got to take a picture.
Taking effort could disqualify you when you go that far. Okay.
Exactly. So that's that. You're welcome to join the contest. Just share it on social media. Let's maybe get on to the trailer. So what we're going to do, we're going to show the full Endless Dungeon trailer that you've already seen with a bit of extended gameplay at the end. We're going to show it all the way through, and then we're just going to talk about it. So enjoy the trailer if you haven't already seen it.
Cool.
Very awesome. Very awesome. So if that was your first time seeing that trailer, very cool. Where shall we start? Maybe let's, Jeff, you were talking about a portion in the original trailer that had a bit of a, can we go to that, Etienne? Maybe that wall? It's right near the guy typing on the computer, right?
It's
We can play it through as and watch along, because can you guys talk a little bit about Lyra Lynn's involvement in this? How did she kind of get involved? You were talking a little bit about this before.
So yeah, I mean, basically, we we wanted to have this galactic Western vibe, with our characters being stranded on the station, far away, running, through the dungeon, always risking their lives, putting themselves in very dangerous situations, forming unlikely alliances with heroes that were there, that with all the same goal to get out of there. And we thought that was a great vibe, and I really like when universes clash, and we talked about this with Arnaud, and we thought, well, we need a singer. We need a saloon.
Of course.
Which will
always need a saloon.
Definitely.
The saloon will be the hub of the game, and we call it the saloon. We'll see if it's called that in the final game, but we need someone to sing. And I said to Arnaud, well, yeah, we definitely need to see, to look at American folk or neo-folk, looking at today's landscape, and Arnaud came with a list of names, and we listened to them all together, and when he played Lyra's tracks, I believe, I don't know, maybe it was the one from True Detective that he played first. But I immediately, I heard the voice, I heard the guitar, I said, okay.
Yeah.
Done.
Done.
That's awesome.
And see, that's the kind of decision that is, well, to me, feels very natural, but that you then have to, to carry on your shoulders and explain, because when this piece of video doesn't exist, you need to tell people why it's going to be great.
Yeah, exactly.
So we, we got on a call. We cleared all obviously the paperwork, and we got on a call with Lyra, and talked to her about the game, what it is, what it was we are setting out to achieve, the mood we want, and in particular, her role in the game, as in, what that place. Where she plays her music, what that's going to mean to the heroes.
For sure.
And we decided to, I won't disclose the number of tracks for now, but we went for that first track, which ended up being Free Again.
Etienne, can you pause it there?
Yeah, please pause it. We're there. Just to finish quickly on that, we briefed Lyra basically on this idea of isolation, being stranded far away from home, and doing everything you can to get out and get back to your normal life. And she came up with Free Again, and I was totally blown away.
It's so awesome.
It was amazing, so great, played so well with the game visuals, merged itself perfectly with Arnaud's more synth kind of layers of music. And when I saw the trailer, I was like, oh.
It works.
It works.
Yeah, breath of fresh air.
It works, and it works
exactly.
extremely well. And we're all super happy. I think you watched that video, and it's amazing, because I think it can really draw new people also to the game.
Absolutely.
Because that song to me is the promise of an extremely rich universe. we're making that promise, and we'll deliver on it.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is carry through. That's
Yeah.
right. No problem.
Again, everybody, you can toss your questions in the chat if anything comes up as we analyze the trailer. You can just ask us, and we're still looking at the chat, and we'll still ask these guys when we're kind of done this portion. Jeff, are there any like Easter eggs hidden
Yeah,
around here?
there's like an entire Easter full of Easter eggs in there. And you know, there's things that aren't Easter eggs that we'll probably look at it and put in the game again anyway, so they they'll turn out to be Easter eggs.
Yeah.
No, the big thing is there's at one point in the video there's this wall of like remembrance of like, you know, the people who've gone down into the dungeon haven't necessarily come back.
Yeah.
It's like just a few seconds before this.
Yeah.
Tim, can you?
Yeah, right, where the gun is, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's hard to see, but you know, I know there's been some discussion in the forums. A lot of people are going, "Wait, isn't that what?" So there's a lot of fun little things. One that you probably wouldn't be able to identify if no matter how well you know our games is on the left wall of photos, the one at the top all the way at the back. It's a relatively clear image of a young man. That's Remy, who was our lead programmer and ended up leaving Amplitude, unfortunately.
Okay.
But we decided to commemorate him by putting him on the wall of those who have passed on. You know? So that's
Have to pay respects.
exactly paying our respects to Remy.
Nice, yeah. I love that kind of stuff in trailers like this. So it's so cool.
There's a lot of, I think, players of Dungeon of the Endless will note at the back, sitting on that shelf, that is the hipster scarf.
Oh,
from Dungeon of the
very
Endless.
nice.
So that was one of the things we wanted to put in there.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys can go in and analyze this, but yeah, it's cool to see that. Maybe we can go to that first gameplay bit there, Etienne, and we can see. So this part here, can you tell us a little bit about like what's going on? Are they spawning in right at the start?
So this is actually at the center of the saloon, but the angle of the camera won't allow you right now to see the surroundings because we don't want to show everything.
Nice.
But this is what we call the reloader. Okay, so this is basically you will be respawning when you die. It is on top of the station at the center of the top part of the station. And do you want to say a few words about the reloader from a lore?
Well, the reloader is fascinating from a technology point of view, shall we say. The idea was that it's a mixture of, for those of you who don't know much about the Endless Universe, there was a massive civil war between what we call the concretes and the virtuals. The virtuals were sort of humanoids who decided to literally become virtual and live in circuits and computers and that kind of thing. And the concretes are the ones who wanted to keep some sort of physical form. And because you have very different needs for resources, the society split apart. There was a civil war, that kind of thing. Here on the station, one of the last things that they managed to do together was create the reloader. The idea is being that your conscious gets reloaded because the virtuals knew how to sort of preserve and maintain that. And your body is rebuilt from the ground up because the concretes know how to do that. So that's why you keep coming back after you die in our roguelike. Is that the station is doing snapshots of you while you're running through it and shooting monsters. If you die, boom, they rebuild you in the saloon. And what better place to come back from death than in a saloon?
Just go have a drink,
right?
have a cocktail.
You got to rehydrate. You want a shoulder to cry on. You're in a saloon. It's perfect, right?
Yeah.
So we had fun with it.
Working on a game like this, it's really awesome when lore and gameplay come together nicely. I mean, I'm sure you've played many roguelikes where there's no justification for just starting over each time, and that's fine. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's fine. I don't think you necessarily need justifications for everything. But when you're working on a game and you're able to really merge the lore and some of the you know, the genre's idiosyncrasies.
Yeah.
It feels great because then I think it feels like, yeah, you're not playing a genre, you're playing Endless Dungeon.
Yeah.
It's something Hades has done really well if
Oh,
you've played it.
They've been excellent.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I think everybody
Hades is
on
great.
the team has played
Yeah.
Hades.
Hades is a
Respect.
great game.
Respect.
Yes,
Absolutely,
yes,
absolutely.
Yes, Hades is awesome.
But you're right. When you do have that justification, it kind of attaches you a little bit more to your playthrough.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, the job is, you know, how can you make it immersive? You know, well, you're dying all the time, but they're coming back with the same characters doing the same thing again. You know, how can that be immersive? Well, you got to make it immersive. So, so we came up with this, and yeah, we're pretty happy with it. So anyway, that's that first gameplay scene there.
Can you guys confirm roguelike or light?
Light.
Light with a T, yes.
Light.
T.
So there is that
T.
progression across. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yeah, we can move on to the next one there.
All right.
So this.
You see
Really
two of the
massive.
heroes. That's working title, Roby and Zedoe. Zed. He is like a sort of security bot, and she has an interesting backstory that's going to be showing up in the. I think it's going to be up in G to G pretty soon, so I'm not going to give it away.
Yeah.
And they're just, you know, they're basically just doing what they do. There's a little healing. Oh, the healer's there too.
Yeah, the healer's there.
Yeah.
They are shown.
Yeah.
All
there's-
three of them.
Well done. Yeah, there's a question actually earlier in the chats about are these from major factions. Roby is actually from the station, so he's new. He's one of the bots from the station.
And Roby's the blue one.
The
Yeah.
blue
Yeah.
one, sorry,
Yeah.
yeah. Zed is actually Mazari, so one of the, you know, the sort of the faction from which the Vaulters came in the United Empire, and then the healer there is a Harasham, which is one of the minor factions from Space 2.
And I see there's like a healing ability going
Yes,
on there. I know we can't.
The healer is getting healed, actually.
Yeah. The healer is getting healed. Nice. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
And then they don't have any towers set up here, so that's just Roby absolutely sniping these.
Yes.
Exactly.
So here, basically, you have those three characters, which you're and you're controlling all of them. If you're playing solo, obviously, if you're playing co-op, then you can each control your character. You can switch from one character to the next just by pressing a button. What can I say about this capture? We have both light and heavy guns.
Mhm.
Those are categories, and then many weapons fall into each of those categories.
Okay.
And obviously different classes of enemies. So here are some bugs. And
Little
Yeah.
guys with the teeth. Those are
little
Yeah.
guys
those
with
are
the
bugs.
teeth.
In fact, I think the
All right.
community's voting on the name for them. That's basically you don't necessarily have to play it this way, but Roby is kind of a tank
Yeah.
style
Okay.
character. Zed is more of a damage style character, and then the Harashim is more of a healer.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you know the roles are flexible.
Yeah.
But that's it's a
Okay. And these are just three of a larger list that
Yes.
we're going to have.
Yes.
And we won't go too far into that, but
Okay.
yeah, we can. I guess
Keep
we
going.
can go to the next one here. So this one I wanted to talk a little bit.
Yeah.
There's some really cool lighting stuff going on here.
Yeah. I mean, the art team is doing a phenomenal job with the 3D, the lighting.
The environment, the special effects, the visual effects.
Yeah.
Visual
and everything,
effects.
yeah.
Shout out to Boris on the team for visual effects.
Nice. Yeah.
Arno and Hadrian for the lighting and the art. I
Yes.
mean,
Yeah.
just doing a fantastic
and
job.
so we're aiming pretty high when it comes to, you know, like pure atmosphere, visual atmosphere.
Yeah.
And this is so basically this is one of let's say this is a moment where one of your heroes is isolated from the rest of the party, and you have to basically fend for yourself. What you can see here is that Zed is switching weapons halfway. So here's a Gatling, and then here's a
Like a
lightning
plasma
gun.
beam or
yeah.
something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so-
that's, yeah.
And you can also
Nice slow
yeah,
mo
very
right
very
there.
nice slow
Nice
mo.
slow-mo narration. Well done. Well done.
So basically, something we have. So here you're seeing another class of enemies, which are the bots, and we also have what we call damage types, meaning that some enemies will be more vulnerable to a type of weapon or type of ammo than others, and then you have to remember and play around with switching weapons and switching damage types. So
Nice.
here, using electricity actually allows you to take bots down more easily.
Nice. Okay. Very cool.
Yeah, we're not really messing around much with reloading. I think there might be a pause. I don't think there's not a button to click to reload your gun, right? Reload the weapon.
That's still
that's a design
in the air,
thing we're
but
working
it's
on.
it shouldn't be. I mean, what we're trying to do, I mean, this is it's going to be a fine balance because we want you. I mean, it needs to be fun when you control just one hero, but then we don't want it so you are micromanaging everything,
Right.
and then you
Right.
completely lose focus of the bigger picture.
Right. Yeah.
This game is about having a sense of space and, you know, setting yourself an objective to accomplish. And in this case, it's always going to be just like in Dungeon of the Endless, you know, escorting the crystal to the end of the level. And you need to play with all the tools you have at your disposal to do
Right.
that. You need to play with all your heroes. You need to play with the turrets and the tactical or strategic placement of those turrets. And then you need to, move forward and sustain the war effort.
Survive.
Yeah.
Survive
Yes.
and basically, get all those monsters down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But see, we're asking ourselves questions like, okay, should there be a dodge mechanic? Should there be a reloading mechanic? Should there be, a sprint? Should there be? And I'm not going to go into the particulars of each of those because we have limited time, but what I can say is that all these questions we ask ourselves, we answer with this idea in mind that Endless Dungeon is first and foremost, as all Amplitude game, it is a thinking game. You know,
course,
you need to think strategically, tactically, and then you just have a lot of fun just seeing your strategy unfold and play out, and you're there, taking down all those mobs. But we don't want you to get isolated and then try to take down the entire station by yourself. That's not going to work.
No.
Yeah.
Bad plan.
Totally.
Yeah.
Bad plan.
Cool.
Jeff's plan.
Yeah, exactly. See, and it doesn't work. I think one thing I would add though is when you switch away from a hero, it basically kind of moves into turret mode. So it'll attack enemies. You don't have to be the one there pulling the trigger for every single hero in your party.
Right.
When they're alone, they're not stupid. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we can go to the next one there. So this one, one of the the Harsham character is tossing down a...
That's a buff.
A buff.
Yes. That's a buff turret. So you have all kinds of different effects for the turrets. So in this case, what the Harsham does is they lay down a turret, a buff turret, and then if you stay in that radius, basically, I don't remember what the exact stats are, but you get more attack and more defense. This is just a quick, shot we did for the trailer. They don't actually stay close enough to it, I think, to make the best use of it towards the end.
Yeah.
But definitely a great turret. Can go into the details because it will be, balanced and
right, for sure.
But it's this idea that the turrets are there and they're here to stay. I mean, you're going to have to play around with them, and we're going to see other ones in the next shots.
Yeah, yeah, and you can't just like run and gun without putting any turrets down.
No.
That might be a
don't do that. Jeff does that.
right.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And it's and that's, you know, it's what makes Dungeon, what made Dungeon fun in the first place.
Yeah.
And the challenge is for us to renew that experience and bring new people to it. It's not complicated at all when you've played it, you know, for you know, if you've done 2 or 3 runs and you know get the what's the
Get
word?
the feel, the rhythm.
The rhythm.
Yeah.
But it is unique, and what is unique sometimes puts people off. So that's why we really want, as in unknown, not
Right.
new, but as in I don't know this.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do our best to show people that it's just an incredibly fun game, but it's not what it may look like on the surface if you're just watching an action shot.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I guess we can go to the last one, I believe, here. So we do get an action shot of the,
so
the good old crystal.
well, you could pause here, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, this is this shot is showing a lot of stuff.
A lot of good things go on here.
Yeah,
The
so
crystal escort, and the crystal
Yeah.
gets to a socket, so it stops, but that triggers the door.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
so basically, I mean, in Dungeon of the Endless, once you cleared an entire floor in the dungeon, you then had this crystal escort sequence where you needed to escort the crystal from the beginning of the level to the end. And in Endless Dungeon, it's very different and at the same time very similar. You will still escort the crystal, and the crystal is basically a payload that you need to escort from slot to slot. Okay, and in this is early footage. The crystal moves kind of linearly and by itself. We're working at making that more interesting. But yeah, you're gonna escort the crystal and continuously. So it's not just, you know, clear the level and then escort the crystal, which was already fun and very hard on newcomers.
Yes.
This time it's like, okay, step by step.
Right,
We need to move the crystal from door to door, room to room. So it's much more dynamic in a way. And so the crystal escorts out of the game makes for a more significant part of the experience, much more significant part of the experience in Endless Dungeon.
So the crystal is with you for pretty much the whole time?
Yeah, I
almost?
mean, you have control over it. You can leave it where it is. You can move it. You can freely move it. You can tell it to go to the next room. You have various commands that are available to you. But yeah, it's still the same philosophy, and it's. And obviously all the mobs that you come across are going after the crystal. They're going after you, but most of all they're going after the crystal. So you need to pay attention to the crystal at all times. And here we have 2 turrets. Actually, there are we have 3. Sorry, I didn't. No, so that's the Aroshem.
It's small like a turret.
But still, no, the one on the left is wait till we see it again. The
turret
one
on the
to
left
the
is
upper left corner is a plasma turret, and the one to the right is electrical.
Is that
turret.
plasma or fire?
It is plasmatic fire.
Oh, a little bit of both.
It looks like fire here, but then it is fire. But come on, I like to say plasma.
Okay.
Of course.
And electricity is the other one, I guess.
Yeah, electricity sounds boring too. You should find another word. It's
All right, lightning.
You're
It's
the
lightning.
Lightning.
Yeah, there you
Lightning
go.
Very
turret.
nice.
Very nice. Much more awesome.
We want more awesome, yes.
Yes.
So do
see
those-
how easily Jeff can make a game.
I know, exactly. Just
From
off
an
the
8 out of 10 to a 9.5.
yeah, exactly.
Just like that. I mean,
Yeah. So I'm guessing these damage types, as you were saying before, kind of like there's different monsters that are susceptible to different damage types.
Exactly.
Right.
And here you can see what you do is the station is, whereas Dungeon and Endless had floors you had to clear. Here it's sort of what we call districts in the station. The district is broken into zones, and basically, to get to the end of a zone and move to the next zone within a district, you have to escort the crystal.
Right.
So you won't do it once at the end of the district or the level. You'll do it actually maybe a few times even as you work your way through. So you can tell they've done it. The player has figured out where they want to go. They set the turrets up. They know that when the crystal arrives, boom, that door is going to open and something unpleasant's going to come through.
Yeah.
So that's the gameplay piece we're seeing here.
Right.
And then towards the end of the shot, you can see Robbie on the
Uses his ultimate there to
ultimate skill. The name is subject to change.
Yeah, definitely.
Although it sounds pretty awesome with lightning and plasma, but yeah, it's each hero has a unique ability that basically builds up, and they can release once it's ready and they feel it's the right moment. So this is a quick example. This ability is still work in progress as well.
Yeah. It's like a knockback ability, or?
This one is like a knockback and slow down ability,
cool.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's still growing. And
it's still growing. I mean,
it's interesting to see like the big kind of like horde of monsters coming out. Is that, I guess you can get overwhelmed pretty easily.
The waves were a big thing in Dungeon and the Endless, and wouldn't be Dungeon without them. So.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. Well, I don't want to spoil too much. I think we've gone quite in depth with that, and it's looking really cool. So I appreciate you guys coming on stream and talking about it.
Thank
really
you.
Very, very cool.
And thank you watching this.
Yeah.
Yes,
definitely.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, everybody stay tuned. We've got more and more information coming out about Dungeon as we make our way closer and closer to the actual release date, which we don't have a date or anything like that yet. We get that on social media a lot. When's the date?
Well, it's not soon. That's about all we can tell you. It's not soon.
When it's ready. So, but yeah, guys, I really, really appreciate it. Maybe let's take a couple questions from the chat, and then you'll be free. All right. Let's go here. Reinerd asks, is it the same crystal every run, or does the station give the party a new one each time? You can't give too much away, so maybe we'll keep that one up to interpretation right now.
The whole point of how much of the story do we want to explain right now?
We're not supposed to. I guess.
Okay.
I mean, I personally.
Once again, great question.
My boss might mind, and Max might mind.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
As far as I'm concerned, you can do whatever you want. I'll actually enjoy watching this.
Chat's like,
watching
do it!
Burn.
Maybe we should keep this one for a rainy day.
All right. That's a good question.
You can do very high level if you want.
Yeah, no, it's not the same crystal every time, and there's a reason for that. And yeah, you do have to get a crystal all the way to the end. That's what you're trying to do.
Project and some of these questions we might have like the same exact answer. Can't answer that just yet, but I'll read your questions all the same. Any thoughts for a game demo? Eventually.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, I think Amplitude has a history and has experience in sharing the builds with its community. We have our Games Together platform for interacting with the community and gathering feedback from our VIPs. And so yeah, definitely at some point.
Yeah.
But not now.
Not now.
No, again, we'll probably, I'm assuming we're going to want to do an open dev and that sort of thing. So Just not soon.
Lion Sky asks, will you have a katana sword weapon and dual weld ability for Endless Dungeon?
Katanas are cool.
Absolutely. You heard it here first.
Katanas are cool, so I won't, I can't just dismiss a cool idea just like that. I wouldn't be doing my job properly. But you will know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Getting ahead of it.
That's fair.
Fredlink asks, what is the basic number of people in a full co-op team? 3 or 4 or 5, 6?
That's a very good question.
Yeah.
We started with 4. And we are in the process of basically testing our mechanics against different configurations. It will end up being 3 or 4.
3 or 4?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Nefarious Bread asks, does the bot's energy shield also block projectiles in its current form? Roby's shield ability, I think.
Well, it depends on. Well, given the current projectiles we have in the game, yes, it blocks them.
Okay. Silver Luke 9. Will there be multiple routes you can take with the crystal?
Yes.
So you can kind of choose your own path.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Doodle Goop asks...
And multiple routes to go through, obviously, through the dungeon, down to the core.
Right. Doodle Goop asks, I'm also curious if friendly fire is a thing.
Friendly fire.
All I can say is not currently. Again, that's a thing we're going to look at, but I think in the actual game as we're testing it now, I don't think we have friendly fire. But that's, we'll don't know if that'll change or not. I mean, the idea is,
I think it's going to be quite hectic many times. I mean, I don't think it's going to be quite hectic. I know it's going to be quite hectic. So my gut feeling would be friendly fire wouldn't be fun. But then again, maybe that's just an option we can add for like the most sadistic.
For like
hardcore
mode.
Yeah. And then a couple more here. Phone locked, everybody. Roy Pingu asks, if you change characters, will the characters that you're not controlling be bots? If you're playing single player and
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, they are, and yeah.
They
will. You can give them orders.
Yeah.
So we're working on a simple order system. But yeah, they will have a life of their own, and we are in the process of defining the rules for them to behave in a way that doesn't take away from your sense of accomplishment mastering the dungeon, and at the same time look smart enough to help you.
Right. Just a couple more here. Raphael Blue 40 asks, when does the story, I think you touched on this, Jeff, before, but when does the story of the game take place in relation to the other Endless games?
Actually, make that, what's the actual timeline for all the games?
No. See, we need way too much time for that, plus visual support. So I'm not. No, it takes place at roughly the same time as the previous dungeon game. Not necessarily the exact same days, but within a few years, it's basically the same time out of the history of the however many tens of thousands of years we've worked on the Endless Universe. It's in a very similar time slot to the first game.
Perfect. I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you everybody for your questions and hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out today.
Thank you, Rogan.
Super interesting. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely welcome.
Awesome. Well, everybody, we're going to be playing some Endless Legend, not Dungeon, multiplayer right after this with some of the community. We need just a little bit to set up, but We'll still be around. Maybe give us like 15 minutes and we'll be back. 15 to 20 minutes and we'll be right back. Again, guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've got one more thing for you before we go. Sorry, we took a little bit longer than expected, but we were just setting things up, getting ready for this action-packed multiplayer round.
It's not a stream without technical issues.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here's what's happening right now. So we got a couple members of the community in our Discord, in the lobby for Endless Legend. We're playing a multiplayer game. Every once in a while, I'm going to pull in one of the players into one of the Discord rooms. We're going to chat. We're going to do like a play-by-play type of thing. But for the most part, I'm going to be a spectator, and then everybody else is going to be playing. And we're just going to be like, you know, kind of spying on everybody, making sure like, you know, people are doing what they're supposed to. And if they're not, we'll give them a slap on the wrist. Right, Steph? That's what I'm going to be doing.
I'm not. I think I will be the one getting slapped here, namely probably by leader enemy boss and all the other players who are more experienced than I am.
Yes, definitely. So, who we have in the chat? So we have the Cat of Nine Tails, who's you're choosing to go random.
Yes, I can never pick what I actually want to play.
Oh, really? Well, that's good. You got random there to pick for you. We of course got Saltirius as the Draken. I'll pull Saltirius into the chatting room and we'll see what that's all about. But the Draken, I support that choice. We got leader enemy boss with the Mycara. We've got Cyrob as the Wild Walkers. LWC Dawn of Gaming. We've got them as random as well. Nice, good stuff. Are you kind of the same, leader enemy or Dawn of Gaming? You just like can't choose, so you'll just go random. And then we'll have Caswaron as the Necrophages, and then Lyselmer, who is Bo, who is part of the community team over here, playing as the Vaulters. So we'll get a little bit more insight on those choices a little bit later on. But what I wanted to do was like do some settings over here. Does anybody in chat recommend we do anything crazy with this? Any setting recommendations?
Well, I mean, somebody in Twitch chat is pointing out that 8 players on normal size is going to be cozy, but I think that's fine because, you know, we are already running 20 minutes, almost half an hour late.
Yeah.
So we want to get into the action, don't we?
Yeah, I think so. What do you guys think? Everybody playing?
Sakana, you're evil, saying we should put everything on random as possible. We did that once before, and it was a crazy playthrough. That
was pretty time. Yeah, place your bets is what Etienne's saying in the chat. I don't know who's your bet on, and you're playing the game.
No, Olivera, we will not be hugging each other quickly because that violates social distancing.
Exactly. We're trying our best to social distance. We got the masks on right now. We hope everybody over at home is staying safe as well. I'm gonna try not to touch my mask so much. I got a little bit of feedback, so I've tucked it under my glasses, everybody. Hopefully that's pretty good. So, what do you think, Steph? We're okay? Guys in the game, you can type in the in-game chat what you think the full random map let's go is what Dawn of Gaming says. You're a monster, my friend. But maybe we should go. I suggest many cliffs and ridges. Yes. Okay. How about we go? Hey, Steph?
Yeah, we can go.
I will pull this up just one time and tuck it under my glasses. Perfect.
Yeah, and also we should point out, since chat is talking about that, you know, one player is a spectator. Full disclosure, the spectator option is actually part of the Endless Legend community patch made by Leader Enemy Boss, which is, you know, why I'm thinking I'm going to people are going to wipe the floor with me, especially Leader Enemy Boss, because he knows the balance changes he made for this mod better than I do. Yep.
Perfect. Yep. So I'm going to be playing the role as spectator. So let's go. Let's get ready. Let's do that, everybody. Good luck to everybody involved. I don't know who my money's on.
So
I gotta talk to
I
everybody.
trust leader enemy boss that spectator is not something you can random into.
Okay, I'll open that up. So everybody, we do have a funny little rig set up over here. I've got a mic over here, but my headphones are attached to a different computer, and we're gonna try to talk to some of the other players in the game in the Discord. We'll see how it goes. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun one. So hope everybody's ready. Oh, so Rogan is set to all random. Yes, absolutely. That's my default setting, all random. How are you guys doing in the chat? Did you find the endless dungeon stuff interesting? I actually learned some stuff during that stream, Steph. So that was pretty cool. Always good to have Jeff and Joe Max around.
Having Jeff on stream is always good.
Yeah.
And Joe Max as well. Like, they're so good on stream. Like, they just the way they present it is always good. Like, they know what to say and how to say it.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Everything's being readied up here. Cool, cool. Hyped as well. Nice. Good stuff. Glad you guys got something out of that. Always very cool.
And for those in chat who are saying no, they sadly missed the Endless Dungeon part. Of course, once the stream is over, it should go up as a VOD on Twitch, right?
Yes.
And YouTube.
It will. Yeah, you'll be able to rewatch it, definitely. Obviously, you won't be able to ask your questions during the question period, but there were some very good questions asked anyway, so there you go. Still loading up for a Dawn of Gaming here, but we do got this awesome art, so something nice to look at.
I mean, having the forgotten art when you're the spectator who's looking at everybody,
yeah,
it's kind of appropriate.
Yeah, it definitely is. Okay, so what do we got here? Oh. Okay, let's hope this runs all right. It's a little jumpy. I might have to like move it along bit by bit. A little slow. Let's zoom out to see what's going on here. Okay. All right. So, what are the colors of the players here?
Also, we should mention.
Yeah.
If you look at one of those ancient endless ruins a little more closely, like let me see if I can tell you the zone. If you look at Belloc, it's the zone I'm in.
Yeah.
That ruin. They look a little unusual compared to normal, right? With
Yep.
blue glow. That's because as of today and until don't remember for sure if it's Sunday or Monday, the special Endless Day quest is active. So you can get a special quest to unlock a special Endless hero.
Single quest?
I think it's a multi-stage quest, but it's one quest.
Nice, nice. Yes, so go play that. All right, I'm creeping a little bit on Stephanie here. So who are we? Who did you get here?
The LIE.
LIE.
Which is nice because they're one of my favorite factions.
Yes, absolutely. Do you have any like particular strategies with the LIE?
As I always say, I love the games, but I'm bad at them, so I don't really have any particular strategies. I mean, the one thing is, of course, get pearls, because pearls are quite important for the LIE.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Gotta wait for winter.
Yep, sadly, gotta wait for winter first.
And then, so you got some temple ruins here, so a little bit of food, a little bit of industry, that's always nice right at the start of the game. Let's see. Okay, so the different colors. So we've got Cat, who is purple. Salterius, which is like a little bit of a pink color. Leader enemy boss has got like kind of the dark teal. Cyrob is green. I think Cyrob was green last time. You know why I remember that? because the whole frickin' map was green. We got Dawn of Gaming as the light purple, Casseron as red, and then we got Bo Leselmer as orange. Winter soon, TM, is what Cy Rob is saying. Awesome. Okay, looks like everybody's kind of at the start here, so that's good. So whenever I move around, it's a little jumpy on the on stream. Is that right, Etienne? It's a little framey. Might be a lot happening, a lot going on this computer, but that's okay. Who else chose random? Was it Dawn of Gaming?
I think so.
I believe so. Dawn of Gaming.
And yes, Pete Crichton, the Endless Day quest should be active in Endless Space 2 as well, and I think you can also encounter the Archivist in Dungeon of the Endless to unlock him. Or was it her? I don't remember.
So, I believe they are. So if I say it out loud, does that spoil it for you? Who everybody is?
I mean, it might spoil it for everybody. But
It might spoil it for everybody, but that's okay.
I mean, I have the stream turned off. I have only the chat, but the others might be watching the stream, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Yeah, everybody in can watch the stream and be spoiled, but I'm going to be saying who the factions are when I find out. It looks like Dawn of Gaming has got the Kapaku, and I mean, you've got the right terrain for it, so that's nice. We've got Casseron up over here. Casseron is the red. And what are they again? No. How do I? Oh, like that. And then we'll click in here. Okay. Oh, the necrophages. That's right. That is true. Anti-aliasing helps. Let's try it. Options.
No, I don't think anti-aliasing would help with jumpiness.
No.
Anti-aliasing helps with the jaggies, but not with the jumpiness. The jumpiness, I think, is possibly a result of our weird setup for the recording.
Right. It might be. Yeah. That's okay. I can maybe bring the frame rate down to like 60. I don't think that would do anything, but that's just something I always do whenever something gets a little bit jumpy on my PC. That's necro. Yes, these are the necrophages over here. So this is like this is like an MVP matchup over here. We've got a couple people from Amplitude. We've got a couple community members going up against each other. Who's going to win? I don't know.
Well, I know who isn't going to win.
Who's that?
Well, me.
Hey, you know what? I'm putting my money on Steph. There we go.
No, I would put my money on leader enemy boss if I were a betting woman.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah?
But I don't bet, so...
have a good one, Bellig. Have a good one. Thanks for joining us, man. And hey, thank you so much for your submission for the low-cost cosplay. Very cool. If you guys didn't see, he's the one with like the Valters tattoo. Looked really cool. Looked very, very cool. Bo's got the Valters going. Nice, nice. I love it. Maybe I'll pull leader enemy boss in. Leader enemy boss. You want to chat? Let's chat. Let's chat. I'll pull you in. Let's see if this works. You ready for it, Etienne? Okay. I just want to see if leader enemy boss is okay with it. You can type it in like any chat, honestly. Sure, go ahead. Leader Enemy Boss, how are you?
I am good.
Does my mic sound okay?
It's understandable.
It's understandable. Okay, cool. Which faction are you again?
I'm Mycara, the
Mycara.
Mushroom Boys.
Nice,
Or girls.
nice. How come you choose them? Are they your favorite?
Well, I guess it's because I put a lot amount of work in redesigning them.
Right. Okay.
That's one personal reason. But I also like the theme of them, like growing, starting relatively weak and then growing strong and growing stronger.
Nice.
Also, they are very mobile after a while.
Oh
Sounds
yeah,
good.
for sure. Do you
Oh, everyone's waiting for me.
is because you put together this mod?
Yes.
Do you have the upper hand? You think you can beat these guys?
I think I can beat these
Yeah.
guys. Of course, I wouldn't say I have the upper hand in general.
Oh no.
There are definitely players that are better than me, and I know some of them.
Have you played against some of these guys before, other than our last multiplayer stream?
Yeah. Against these guys in this game here, no, I don't play a lot of multiplayer actually.
Oh, okay. All right.
Not in Endless Legend at least.
Who are you most scared of? Which faction?
Depends on who's nearest to me, I guess.
Yeah.
The few people I meet first, I would say.
The person you
Cyrop,
meet
of course, has demonstrated the last game that he can build a lot of stuff if
Yes.
he is left unchecked. Although I personally think the last game wasn't one for him per se. He was far ahead, but
Yeah.
he had no military, and I actually planned to do something about this.
Oh.
But then our session was over.
Very nice.
So
All right. Well, we'll see how it goes.
yeah.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, man. Cool. That was an awesome sideline chat with Leader Enemy Boss. Honestly, I can be on the side of a football field, right, Steph?
Well, I think for it to work best, we'd ideally need like two commentators. You know
I think so.
how you always have like the pro commentator who really understands like the game or sport or something, and you have the color commentator
Right.
who's like there for the mood and the jokes.
Yeah. Oh. It's all good?
It's so good.
It happens.
I think our poor sound designer just had a heart attack.
Just about.
I say sound designer, sound engineer.
Just check some.
Yeah, no worries. No
Yeah,
worries.
no worries.
It's all good. We had a little bit of an accident, everybody. But
Bit of
we're
a
all good.
scare.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing broke, right? So it's fine.
No, nothing broke. It's all good. Just a little water.
We are professional.
We are professionals over here. Luckily, there are no cultists, is what Leader Enemy Boss says. Is that a scary one to play against, Kat?
The cultists, yeah, certainly they can get very powerful. I think
Yeah.
they're probably one like that you want to take out early before they convert a bunch of other factions,
Yeah.
like minor factions. I mean, not major factions. Ooh, I just met Celterius, and that's one weird region he has.
It's like that one. What we were playing as the Draken, I think.
Yeah, you mean just like him?
Yeah.
And there's like.
I'm gonna go and I'm actually gonna try and change the quality to good, maybe to try and make this a little bit more. But it might just be circumstance. Mordred2210. Hey, isn't it time to update the about? Yes, it is. That's been on my list.
Is a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to update it with some stuff about Endless Dungeon. So I will do that. Is this some kind of Humankind prequel? That's exactly what it is.
I mean, in some ways, yes, because, you know, a lot of what we learned with Endless Legend is, of course, going into Humankind.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Everybody in chat, when I did that sideline play-by-play with Leader Enemy Boss, how was the audio? Was it complete crap on our part? Because it might have been. So Leader Enemy Boss. All right. Who should we check out? Casseron. Let's go see how Casseron is doing over at the Hive. The Hive. Actually, let's see what everybody called their places. Maybe they didn't call them anything. Everybody in the game, you should name your territories. I would love to see some named territories.
Oh no! Now I have to come up with some good names for the territories. Why do you do this to me, Rogan?
Take your time. Take your time.
You know how bad I am with names.
Dawn of Gaming. Oh no. Yes. Oh yes. Okay. The Hive. Okay. The Hive is looking good. Casseron. Very nice. Done. All cats all the time. Psychana, very nice.
I bet if we had Psychana here in the game, all of the cities would be named after birds.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I have an idea, but I will wait until my second city for the renaming for it to make sense.
All right. Fair enough. They're renamed. Okay, we got a couple of renames. Let's check them out. So Casseron's got the Hive. Very good. That isn't a default name, is it?
No. By default, the cities are always named after the region.
Right. Okay. So the Hive, we got Ember Heart over here. Dawn of Gaming, very nice. Very, very nice. Bowtopia over here.
I can take a wild guess whose city that is.
Very nice. Very nice. Syrob, please ignore. Okay, cool.
I expected Syrob City to be named like 1101111001.
Yeah.
Because we all know Syrob's and AI.
Yeah.
No idea why I stumbled over the words there.
Hey, we've got a great name here. Leader Enemy Boss with Rogan.
Oh, somebody's trying to butter up the arbitrator.
Hey, not complaining. Darganax is Saltirius's. Diagon Alley. That's what that reminds me of. Darganax. Very cool. Very cool. Nice job, everybody. Very nice. We've got Stephanie with Belloc still, so I'm just...
Yeah, as I say, I'm waiting for the
here.
second city to rename it, but, you know, when the turns are taking some time, it's hard to get the second city out.
So we're on turn 7 here, everybody. Let's take a look into how everything is going. So Emberheart is looking quite cool. I like the Kapaku cities. They look pretty awesome, especially on the terrain that they're on, you know. Or you know, you can settle on different terrain, but obviously the volcanic is you're going to get the most bang for your buck right over there. So that's looking cool. Any other territories for Dawn of Gaming? No, not yet. Stephanie, checking in on you. You've just got the one territory, yes?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Hello, Kropovi. Welcome. Horatio is probably hurling through space in suspended animation at the moment. Yeah, of course. Horatio's gone to grow a beard, obviously. Hey, right after Jean-Max said that, I need to see Horatio with a beard. Anybody with some stellar Photoshop skills? Horatio with a beard. I will share it on our social media if you can get that out there, because it'd be awesome.
You know, I'm just realizing I don't remember the.
Let's see how Salterius is doing over here in Darganax. Salterius is not even here. Just exploring a little bit. And very cool. Very, very cool. Horatio can't grow a beard. To have him grow a beard either means he'll be an inferior version or means his current form is not perfect, which absolutely is a lie. Wow. Dr. Kane, very nice. Very, very nice. By the way, everybody, we got my friend, the pug, over here. All right.
It's not nice.
N for project over here. Very nice. Beard Horatio sus. A little, but you know what? Looks good. But the beard gets itchy, you know? Let's check in on Cyrob. Etienne, can we check in on Cyrob?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. Cyrob, you good to go? Good to chat a little bit? I think so.
That I have.
Oh, there we go. Oh, you can just jump in this chat. Yeah. How are you doing, my friend?
Good. I was just going to rename my city, but the end turn stopped me.
Oh, damn.
I've got to keep renaming my city every time you look at it.
So you're the what are you this time around?
The Wild Walkers, as I was last time.
I think Sarah picked the Wild Walkers again, right?
The Wild Walkers, yes. How come the Wild Walkers? Are they your favorite?
You look at their city, it looks nice. It looks very nice, and it works very well in the forest. And that's about it.
It's pleasing to look at. That is very true, actually. And you're looking at it for a large portion of the stream.
Because
so.
that is my end goal after all.
Yes, exactly. Got any goals for this one? Got any?
Build giant city.
Just build giant
Hopefully a couple wonders too.
Oh no.
Nice.
I just realized I think you didn't increase the
don't
combat
get completely
animation.
obliterated by enemy leader boss who's looking at my borders.
Okay. All right.
So we're going to have very slow battles when we watch them.
Slow battles?
Yep.
Okay.
We're just not necessarily good for actually getting the game finished on stream.
Well, we'll just have to make it a multi-stream thing, I guess. Cyrob, so you're building big cities.
Hopefully.
How many territories are you thinking of having by the end of this?
Well, by the end of this 3-hour session, 2 or 3, maybe.
2 or 3? Okay.
We'll see. Like, any expansion is going to be contentious.
Right. Okay. All right.
Yep. See,
Well,
this
I'm
is what I mean.
excited
Everybody
to-
is now waiting for me because I did not expect the battle to last this long because the animation speed is too slow.
The animation
And
speed is
we
pretty slow.
can't change it in the game in progress.
Oh, okay.
So basically, it's all auto battle from here on out.
All auto battles. Okay, thanks, Cyrob. I'm looking forward to seeing how you play.
We'll find out.
Thanks, man. Whew. Play by play. All right. Just gotta open everything up here again. Hey, Sega's in the chat. How's it going, Sega? Horatio's way too OP. I would like to formally request adding Horatio to Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, please. Doodle Goop. Nice. Get the ball rolling in here. We didn't request it, Sega. Doodle Goop did. Big old battle happening over here.
Well, actually, really not a big battle. Just, you know, the animation speed. Luckily, you know, in Humankind, we will be able to change that on the fly and not just during the game setup.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. It's all in good fun. You need to increase the ratio of Horatio in games. Absolutely. Absolutely. Always. Okay. What's going down here? What's going on in Rogan? That's my favorite city, everybody. What is the perfect ratio of Horatio?
100%?
100, yeah.
I mean, how is that even a question?
1 to 1. All right, Rogan's looking good. Rogan's looking nice. What's going on in Bowtopia? Speaking of Humankind, is one of the last era Civ choices Horatio? Yes. Absolutely. You caught us.
Full disclosure, of course we're joking.
Of course we're joking, yes.
Just to make sure nobody actually expects Horatio.
We did do a Horatio culture card that one time, though.
Yep, for April Fools.
Was that for last year's Endless Day, or?
No, I think we did it for April Fools.
Oh, for April Fools, right, right.
What did we do it for Endless Day? I don't remember.
I don't remember. But it was awesome. It was very nice. Where's Bo at? Where are the Vaulters at? The Horatio culture is coming, either official or mod. You can't stop that. It's like a Chuck Norris question. Horatio and Chuck Norris actually have a lot in common, except Horatio is better. Where did all this Chuck Norris talk happen? A couple of years ago, it was Chuck Norris was all the craze. OG memes of Chuck Norris just being the absolute master of everything. Magister 1313, how's it going? What's up? What's going on in Belloc? Beldoc. I think they copied all the Mr. T jokes and applied them to Chuck Norris. Oh yeah? Fair. Or did I get it backwards? One way. One way. The LIE move's so cool. Just kind of like, just jogging around. They look awesome. How many push-ups is Horatio able to perform? All of them.
Yeah, as many as he wants.
As many as he Horatio's definitely shredded, right? Are there any like pieces of art with Horatio without a shirt? Cat?
I don't think so, because, you know, we wouldn't, if we put a piece of art of Horatio without a shirt in the game, that would immediately be an 18+ rating.
That's true. That is true. It would look way too good. Nice, nice.
So I think we do have in Love Thyself that scene where you can go swimming with them, and they have these silly swim rings.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I guess that's the closest you ever get to shirtless Horatio.
I think so. All right. Rogan is looking good. Reforester, looking great. Cyrob's just changing the name every time. He is right though. These cities do look great, especially in the forest, in the forests here. You can see shirtless Horatio's in Love Thyself. Yeah. Yeah. FU, this is Art. How are you? How does the
B2G
how does
work
the
this
B2G
year?
work this
Well,
year?
online.
Yeah, unfortunately. Rogan is looking great. Well, then I see someone's a Horatio wannabe. Very nice. Very nice. And who doesn't want to be Horatio, you know? I'm doing good. Good stuff. Yeah, B2G is online this year. B2G from H. Nice. I want to see how are the scores looking. I know score isn't always the best indicator of how people are actually doing, especially this early in the game, but looks like Casseron has 60 points.
Damn it, Soterius. By pacifying those, you just ruined my quest to kill them.
Where's that?
Like just northwest of Belloc. I had to, destroy that city. But the first battle didn't go quite my way.
Yeah.
And also took way too long. So I couldn't just auto it for the second one. And by the time I came back, healed up and upgraded, Soterius had pacified them.
Yeah.
I think I might still be able to burn it, but I kind of don't want to because I don't fancy annoying Soterius right now because I see a border north of me, which I'm mildly worried about.
Sorry about the slow battles, everybody, including Kat. I guess I was just so amped up to start this game that didn't turn it on. Etienne rocking the stream edits. I actually don't have the stream up here, so doing some awesome little zooms or what? I might have to pull it up. I'm just going in blind here. Military artwork. Heroes look like they're shredded, but maybe that's just the uniform. I don't know. Maybe that's just their awesome pecs flying out. It's just very kind of light cloth that they're wearing. It's just so contoured to their bodies that you see you see all the muscles. All right, Reforester. Who's expanding out? Botopia. I want to chat with Bo. Etienne, how's the audio when I talk to people?
It's good. We can,
it's good?
It's good.
It's good. Okay. Bo, I'm pulling you in here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Hey, Bo.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
How's Botopia going?
Totally conquering the universe.
Yeah, of course. How are the Vaulters treating you? Wow, I couldn't get that out.
Botopia is obviously the mightiest city in the game,
Of course.
although it may need to change its name once more.
Oh, you think?
But seriously though, after placing it, I immediately saw that I could have placed it somewhere better than indicating myself.
Dude, story of my life in this game.
Yeah.
Hey, but you live and you learn, Bo.
Yeah, I'll just grow super tall, then I eventually will reach that spot.
Yep, absolutely. Do you have any strategies here? Have you run into anybody yet?
I've not run into. I've only been running into minor factions so far.
Okay.
So I'm exploring a bit for now.
Yeah.
And trying to expand my economy a little bit, but I'm turtling a little bit. Also because I will admit I'm a little bit rusty.
Hey, that's okay.
But it's all coming back. Like riding a bike, right? You don't forget.
Hey, you know what? In terms of score, you're tied for first. So.
That was not on purpose.
All right, man. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing your stellar gameplay.
Fantastic.
Bo's the best, everybody. Bo's the best. Woo! Remember to ask a question about Horatio's. Actually, yeah, that's extremely important. One sec. Hey, Bo.
Yeah?
I actually forgot to ask a question. What do you think of Horatio's pecs?
What? Can you ask the question again? Sorry,
What
I had an echo.
What do you think of Horatio's pec muscles? Pectoral maximus.
What I think about this,
His chest muscles.
I will admit I haven't given them a lot of thought.
Oh, they're a good thought.
But sleek?
Sleek is a good word. That's actually a great word for them. Okay, that's it. That's the question.
What's that? It?
Yeah. Okay, have a
Okay.
good game. I think he likes him. I think he likes him, chat. I like him.
I mean, how can you not like Horatio?
How can you not like? Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, chat. Oh, it's so stupid. Anyway, what else is going on?
Well, so the conclusion is that Horatio Prime may or may not be shredded. Yes, Horatio Prime is the exact amount of shredded that he considers perfect at that moment.
Yeah, exactly. He can just change it.
If he, suddenly looked like Conan the Barbarian, that would be perfect because it's him.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's a great way of putting it. Whoever rules Auriga rules the universe? Yep.
He who controls the dust or something, right?
Yeah. God, I would hate to be Horatio's fitness trainer. The fitness trainer can't even keep up. Horatio is Horatio's trainer. Only Horatio can keep Horatio accountable. You know? All right. Who haven't we really checked on? Cyrob is doing his thing. Peaceful P. That's very nice. Casseron is the necrophages. Let's go on over there. Check out Red. See what's happening at the Hive. Looks pretty nice over here. He's got a good territory, just like kind of chilling by the water. You can just look out, and if you're having a bad day, you just kind of dip your toes in a little bit. Can't find strategics. Can't even make terraformers. That's the struggle, man. Oscar, how's it going? Or Horatio's chef. What do you think Horatio's diet's like? You think he eats like salad and chicken and rice all the time, or maybe he can eat just whatever he wants and then still be shredded? Okay. Yeah, leader enemy boss. That's a good call. I can just save it here, and then you can edit it. Because yeah, I'll save the game. Deploy stream save. Okay. I've saved it. Will we have to restart or anything? Probably.
Yeah, we'll probably have to reboot the lobby to load the save.
Okay, that's okay though. It's worth it. All right. Etienne, can you go to a different screen than me? Than the game, sorry.
Yep.
And then I can...
But I guess while we wait for leader enemy boss to fix our blunder...
Yeah.
You know, someone had blundered. Cannons to the right of us and cannons to the left of us or something. We can talk about the fact that, you know, the... blog for today, the Endless Day blog, went live today, like 12 minutes ago, roughly.
Yes.
And there's some stuff in there that we didn't talk about yet
some during
the stream before, because, you know, we hadn't announced it yet, which is, wait, let me just pull it up so I don't forget anything. Where is it? The blog.
And let me know when you're ready, Etienne.
So
good to go?
Tell me when you can...
Yeah, I'm just going to go into my files and grab the save and send it over, so it's good?
That's good.
Okay.
Tell me when I go...
Okay. Sorry, Steph.
So yeah, the things we're announcing today. As we mentioned already while Jeff and Jomax were here, there is the fact that we do have a new vote for Endless Dungeon, namely on the name of those little critters you could see just about everywhere in the trailer. Just one small piece of news. The other piece of news is we have 2 new DLCs incoming. One for Endless Legend and one for Endless Space 2. Each with roughly a dozen quests. Or I think one has about a dozen and the other has more quests, but the one with only a dozen quests has longer quests, and they're about the same size is what I'm trying to say, but it's, you know, another quest DLC for both games. And, you know, that's up for pre-order now. Mostly it's for pre-order so that it can be included in the new definitive editions. So if you buy the definitive edition, you have everything. And also, we have special permission to announce this a little earlier than it starts.
Oh.
There will be a free weekend starting in, I think, in 45 minutes. So soon you can try out the Endless games for free.
Yes.
It's only free to try, not free to keep.
Yeah.
Should stress that.
Just right up until Sunday, right? Or
I think it's actually Monday.
Monday? Right. So you get to play the game for free. That's awesome.
And
if you don't already have it.
And then the last thing that is, you know, since everybody always says, "Oh, please keep Flybyno because the music is awesome." Well, the publisher, well, he's not publisher, label is what you call it in the music industry, right?
Yes.
His label, G4F, or Game Audio Factory, are pressing a new vinyl of the Dungeon of the Endless soundtrack, or at least, you know, of a small piece of the Dungeon of the Endless soundtrack, I guess, because I don't think the whole soundtrack would fit on a single vinyl.
Yeah.
And of course, like the 2 vinyls we did before for ES2 and EL, it looks awesome.
Very.
And of course, it'll sound awesome because it's Arnaud's music.
Yes.
So yes, you can go to the blog, and there's a link at the bottom where you can pre-order the vinyl. Because, you know, awesome, as I put it in the blog, Arnaud does awesome electronic music, so we took this awesome electronic music and press it on the most analog medium that we can find. And let me actually just post the links in Twitch chat here. The blog.
Okay.
And the vinyl pre-order.
Sorry, everybody. We're just getting a new save over here because I'm a dodo brain. All right. So.
Ooh, I just see in their embedded player for the trial, they still call him Flybino.
Ooh.
We all we should go by Arnaud now. Sorry for not pronouncing this as well as John Max because you know my French is bad.
All right, Kat, I'm good to leave the game. Everybody else pretty much did.
Yeah, let me.
I've got the new save here, so we'll just load that up. Okay, and yes, Bo, you can leave the game as well. Perfect. And then, are you sure you want to? Quit game. Are you sure you want to exit the game? Yes. Okay. And then, main menu. So I go to load game.
Yes, I think it should be. Or is it under a host? It should be under load.
Load public multiplayer.
Now you don't know which one's the right one?
I don't. The one in here had underscores. Maybe. Can I rename it here? It'll rename in there.
I guess, you know, just move the old save out of the folder.
Yes. I'll just move it there for now. And then load game. Boom. We'll load this one up. And there we go. All right. Feel free to join up, everybody.
Also, I love how for you it says, yeah, Human Empire, Faction Spectator, dead.
Yeah, no kidding.
I think that's kind of how something that Leader Enemy Boss used to create the spectator mode.
Oh, yeah. Human, I think just waiting on Dawn of Gaming, I believe? No, Cyrob as well.
We briefly had somebody in here who wasn't supposed to be here, I think.
Oh,
But they did leave.
All right.
Is it just me or is the pug creeping closer? Etienne, are you having fun with the zoom again?
Depth of field.
you know, I'm waiting for him to like do a dolly zoom on it. But,
he was doing some funny stuff before.
Lucky for us, he can't do the dolly zoom because he can't move the camera.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Okay, just Dawn of Gaming and... Oh.
We have Syrup, yes. And Dawn of Gaming. No, it still says AI player. Still waiting.
Multiplayer game, and then it should be on fast.
Oh no, apparently Dawn of Gaming is having technical issues as well.
Okay.
So we wouldn't probably need to be waiting right now anyway, because from what Silterius is saying in Twitch chat, they need to reboot the entire PC.
Oh, okay. No worries. Dawn Gaming is rebooting.
I mean, we've been there
absolutely
with our streams as well, haven't we? And it's like, oh yeah, no.
Dawn of Gaming is in. It seems like.
Seems like it. Yep.
Yeah?
Yep. Looks like we're all ready now.
Good to go. Perfect, everybody. Let's do it. Everything should be good. Awesome. No, but there's a talking pug in Endless Legend.
No, I think the talking pug is in Dungeon of the Endless.
Dungeon of the Endless.
But the roving clans in Endless Legend do have a pug on the back, behind the saddle of their settler unit. sadly can't exactly show that off since we don't have a roving clans player.
Yeah. Hey, you guys changed the logos for the Endless games.
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
We have consistent branding for the Endless games now, and an awesome new key art that you can see in the blog.
Yep.
And a really cool trailer as well.
Yes.
Okay, there we are.
Horatio is not a pug. But he could be if he wanted to be. The Endless Universe trailer is great. That's awesome. Yeah, it's very cool. It's very cool.
No, my Endless vinyl collection will be complete, Saikana says.
Saikana, do you just have like a nice little nook with like all your Endless vinyls?
Saikana, the important question is, okay, you have an Endless vinyl collection, but do you actually have a record player? I used to have one, but it's still in Germany, and when I finally found my own permanent place to stay, instead of having to move like every 6 months, the lockdown started, so I couldn't go back to Germany to fetch all of the stuff that's still there.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, still don't have a record player.
My aunt and uncle used to have this big, like, it was, I don't even know what it was, kind of like a dresser, but there was a record player like built into it. It was a very mid-century modern type of piece of furniture in their house, and it was such like an aunt and uncle thing to have,
Yeah,
it was awesome.
You want to know a fun fact about my stereo that I still have in Germany and the record player?
Absolutely, always.
It's older than I am, but it still works perfectly.
Really? The sound's like great and everything?
Well, the sound depends on how good the speakers are that I hook up to it.
Right.
But like the only thing that I need to fix now and then is that it still has a cassette deck as well, which I usually don't use because I don't really have audio cassettes anymore.
Yeah.
But while I still used that when I was younger, and we still had cassettes, there was a rubber band inside it that would hold it shut, because it was a solid metal case, and the whole inside would slide out like a drawer.
Yeah.
And then you could put the cassette in and then push it back in, and the rubber band that would hold it in would always get, how rubber bands get old and they just break apart.
Yeah, you try and pull them.
After a while, it would just slide out by itself because the rubber band snapped. So I would have to put a new one in.
Right.
But other than that, perfect.
Perfect. Like Horatio.
Well, maybe not as perfect as Horatio, but it was great. and it still works. Like the radio works great, the record player works great, and the only thing that was more modern than the rest was the CD player, and that's only because when my father bought that and I inherited it from him, the CD player was sold out.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can we answer any questions about Endless Dungeon? Except that it's awesome. Sadly, no, we can't answer any questions.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
We did, this is Art. If you missed the earlier part of the stream, we did actually dive pretty deep into some of the gameplay bits of the initial trailer for Endless Dungeons, so you can check that out on the VOD of this stream, which will be available after. You might be able to, I can never remember if you can actually like go back and watch it as the stream is live, but in any case, you can just go back during or after.
Well, I guess I have to keep the name shorter than intended because of the character limit.
The city net? I was just going to ask you.
Sorry everybody else for making you wait.
Horatio probably has a Spotify playlist called Perfect Music. It's empty. There's not... What song do you think Horatio would listen to like on repeat? Like, what is Horatio's perfect song?
Anything performed by Horatio?
Oh. Anything performed by Horatio. I'm getting some notifications from Discord in the top right corner. Maybe I'll turn those off. Okay. It should be good. Let's get this up as well. Cool. The Wii. Everything by Fly. Yeah. It's kind of meta. Horatio just listens to Flyby now. Queen, Don't Stop Me Now. Led Zeppelin, The Immigrant Song. Oh man, Horatio gets up to that movie, that song every morning. Has to. And he's putting his like awesome slippers on, and he's just like walking through. That'd be awesome. That's a great song. It's like my favorite part in Thor Ragnarok. Anytime that song comes on, it's crazy. Have you seen Thor Ragnarok? It's good. It's cool. Bomantic. That's a very, very nice name, Bo. He listens to this stuff while he gets up and uses his Wii Fit. But the Wii is WE. That's nice. Wii Fit. Oh, Nefarious. So who's playing Horatio in the eventual Hollywood adaptation of Endless Space? We've talked about this before. For me, Billie Eilish bald guy. Nice. Very good. Very good. I've always said a bald Benedict Cumberbatch would be pretty good. Just elongate his head a little bit. No makeup, it's just all prosthetics. Permanent. He keeps them in. That's his look for the rest of life. Next game in the Endless Universe will be The Sims, just with Horatio. You can probably make Horatio in The Sims. Well, not the Horatio, because you can never do him justice no matter what. I was kind of thinking of like some ideas for streams that we could do. And I was getting a little bit silly with it. I was thinking, what if we did a Skyrim playthrough on stream, but we made Horatio as a character, and we had to do the role play, like play as Horatio somehow.
But you know, if we did that, wouldn't we need to, you know, after character creation, we pause the game, we bring up the console and set all stats and skills to 100?
Yeah, we would have to do a cheat right off the bat. Willem Dafoe. Wow. That's good. Oh, okay, we got a big battle here. And you know what? It's quick this time. Horatio wearing a two-handed... Oh. You think Horatio would go with a two-handed hammer?
No, that feels too inelegant.
I feel like a dagger or something like that.
Actually, you know, all melee weapons would be too crude for Horatio because, you know, fighting in melee, somebody might, you know, get dirt on your clothes or worse.
Very true.
They might scratch your face.
Very, very true.
No. Bow and magic.
Bow and magic.
Summoning magic, so somebody else does the dirty work.
Yeah. See? That would be awesome. Bow and arrow. That's what... Obi-Wan-Toki. Bow and arrow and conjuration only. Yes, exactly what Steph just said. That's very good. That would be a great build. It would be kind of hard to get that going right from the start, because I always felt conjuration. You don't. It was kind of hard to level up that skill until like a little later on. But you know what? Anything's possible.
Yeah, but you know the bow. Just add a little bit of sneak, and you've broken the game.
Yeah, that's true.
We all know how that is in Elder Scrolls games with a sneak, which, and in fairness to them, of course, people always joke about how the sneak is overpowered in the Elder Scrolls games and the newer Fallout games.
Yep.
But have you ever played any third or first person game that had a proper sneaking,
No.
where sneak wasn't overpowered?
No, not once.
Like doing enemy AI that is smart about detecting you after you've attacked from hiding,
Yeah.
it's probably really, really hard.
Yeah.
It's like with how we talked about before about how I'm playing New Vegas at the moment.
Yep.
And like I cleared out an entire Legion camp, but they were never the wiser because I had a silencer on my gun.
Yeah.
It's like, and yeah, it's hard doing enemies that react smart to when they're not supposed to know you're there.
Yeah. I think Shadow of Mordor did well with stealth. Yes. Also third person. Right? Shadow of Mordor was third person.
I think so.
I'm
yes.
pretty sure. Timothy Chalamet bald. that would be interesting. Okay, looks like leader enemy boss is doing his thing. Still with Rogan. Still impressed. I'm still loving Bowmantic. That's just a great name. Oh. Looks like Kaswaron has kind of moved in over to Second Hive. Very nice. So we got
Super
the
creative
Hive,
names.
the Hive, and then Second Hive. So very nice.
He should have named the second half B-Hive.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Phantom Doctrine had fun stealth, but it's a completely different genre. And had a perk that breaks it to the point that you can nerf it through in-game options. Oh, all right. What kind of genre? What kind of game is that? I hope next one is Hive C. Let's chat with somebody here. I want to get. I want to talk to Kaswaron. Kaswaron, are you cool for hopping in and chatting with me? I'll pull you in. You can let me know in one of the chats.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great. How are things going in game? I saw you have Second Hive over there.
Yes, I'm expanding.
You're expanding.
I've got a bit of an interesting start because I got lots of science, but not much food or production.
Okay.
So I'm trying to expand to get more production up, so I can begin spamming the bugs.
Right.
To across the world. So that's currently my current plan.
Is that your play style? Are you generally fairly aggressive, or?
I think you kind of have to be with a necrophage.
Yeah, I think so too.
So that's my current objective, at least.
Why the necrophages? Do you like? Are they your favorite, or?
Yeah, you like either snowball really hard or you die. So it's kind of fun.
High risk, high reward.
Yes, 100%.
Nice. What are your plans for maybe the next 20 turns? What are you trying to do right now?
Okay, so I kind of haven't really found anyone yet.
Okay.
So I need to find people, and so I'm building some bugs which I've equipped with some what are they called again? Necrodrones. I've equipped with extra speed, so I can fly a couple of those around and explore the map and find people.
All right. Nice.
I'm researching up to perfilarators, so I can begin getting soldiers from killing things, and then just go on a rampage.
And then just snowball.
That's the plan.
Awesome, man. I love it. Can't wait. See you later.
See ya.
He seems very confident.
I mean, you saw what he did to us last time.
Yes.
Like, we barely fought him off, and then leader enemy boss finished us.
Very nice, very nice. Mount Cries and Emberheart. Is Mount Cries a reference to anything?
The way it's spelled feels like it's a reference, but I don't know it.
Yeah. Unseelie and Seelie.
Yes.
Can you explain?
They're the two parts of fairy nature in, I believe, Irish mythology, and they're also known as the summer court and the winter court. So it's on brand for the Ala'i, and the whole, that Ala'i are nice and friendly in summer and really aggressive in winter.
Right.
That's from what I know, but I'm not an expert on the topic. But as far as I know, that's also part of the whole Seelie and Unseelie. Like in summer, they're like the kind of light-hearted fairies, but also still, tricksters who like lure you into their realm and offer you like, hey, here's this awesome food, and you eat it, and then they're like, oh well, we should have mentioned after you eat our food, you can never leave.
Right.
And in winter, they're like a lot darker.
Right. And Mount Cries, no reference. Oh, Unseelie and Seelie. Olinra says, that's amazing. Loves that. Loves the names.
And it's actually, this was when the faction contest for Endless Legend happened. I had actually submitted a concept as well that was all based on this idea of the summer and winter court, because at the time I'd been reading a book about the Irish myths, and I thought like it could be interesting if you like could build on the minor faction villages, and they, depending on what you build on them, they have allegiance to either court, and that shifts your bonuses.
Right. Okay.
And in the end, we do have the shifting bonuses, and but the minor faction is actually the cultists, which are also really amazing, especially visually. It's like, wow.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so it looks like leader enemy boss up there with 1 territory. Same with Bowmantic.
I mean, leader enemy boss, of course, has 1 territory. He's playing the Mycara.
Right.
He can't have more than 1.
Right. And then we got Cyrob in the middle here with Mini City and City Must GR, which I'm thinking is Grow.
Yeah, he also ran into the character limit, I guess.
Salterius over here with Dragonex and Centaria. Cyrob, yeah, Grow. Okay. Seelie, Unseelie down here. Mount Cries and Emberheart over in the light purple. Then we got Second Hive and The Hive. So, everybody, nice job. What turn are we on? 23? Cool. Cyrob's got the most points, but we all know, what does that even mean? Dawn of Gaming is right there, and Caswaron. Those are the top 3 right there. Leader enemy boss and Lyselmer are lagging behind just slightly, and Salterius and Cat are kind of in the middle there. And I'm at 0. Amplitude Studios broadcast is at 0. Technically, I can, leader enemy boss says. Ooh.
Yeah, he can have more by conquest, but I think we would have noticed if he had conquered somebody.
Yeah. I think the best stealth game that I've played is Metal Gear Solid 5. And I'm not even a Metal Gear person. I never played the other ones. And I played that one, and the gameplay was just so good.
I only played like a little bit of, which one was it? Snake Eater. Was that the third one?
Is Peace, what's the Peace?
In any case, the one that's, way further in the past.
Right, okay.
Where, you meet his Snake's original boss,
right.
the woman. And played only a bit of that. The rest I've seen, but even like with like the Metal Gear series, like a lot of the times there was still, you could find this one thing you could do where the AI kind of couldn't deal with, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Though I remember, like, Snake Eater had this really cool thing where, like, there was that one of the enemies was this really old sniper, and there's this scene where you have to fight him, but if you like venture out of hiding, he shoots you or something like that.
Okay.
And there was a way to do it like in game immediately, but I don't remember it exactly. And the other option was like if you were like frustrated and you turned off the game and you came back like 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
It would be like, oh, time has passed and he died of old age.
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, Peace Walker was the one I was thinking of. Oh, okay, it's the PSP one. So Snake Eater was 3. What was 2?
Son of Liberty.
Right.
What was 2 the one where they did the marketing fake out?
What?
Wasn't 2 the one where they did the marketing fake out where the trailers showed Snake and then in the game you played?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They always did weird stuff with those games. It's awesome. I love it. Leader enemy boss, get cat to end turn.
I thought I had ended the turn already, but I didn't, so he was right to call me out there.
Need to step up the espionage actions saboteurs can take in humankind, negative Cypher says.
Oh.
Bless you.
Thanks.
À tes souhaits? Is that?
C'est ça.
Okay, all right.
First time is à tes souhaits, second time is à tes amours.
À tes amours?
À tes amours.
Okay. I'm learning French live on camera here, everybody.
It's like a combo.
Yeah. Best stealth game, Dishonored. Okay. I never played the Dishonored.
I haven't gotten around to playing Dishonored.
They're cool?
Yet. I mean to, but I hear they're very good.
Yeah.
Like they were kind of like the return of the immersive sim genre, and of course before Deus Ex. Like I haven't played Human Revolution yet, but I've played the original.
Oh yeah.
And I did play Invisible War, but pretty much everybody says that's the worst of the Deus Ex titles.
Oh really? Speaking of espionage, last night I watched Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Everybody. Which I know Doodle Goop thinks is one of the best Marvel movies, and I do as well. What do you guys think? I want to know if anybody in chat has any other favorites. I mean, Endgame, and no spoilers, obviously, but just what your favorite one is. I love Dishonored, really good. Deathloop looks cool as heck. That's the same people, right?
Yeah,
is it
it's,
Arcane? Right. Oh, okay. Right. That looks awesome.
The one announcement lately that where I was like, okay, I didn't expect that one was like, when it was like, yeah, with the exclusivity ending with EA, they're doing new contracts, and then it's like, there will be a new Indiana Jones game. Okay.
Right.
By Machine Games. I'm like,
oh.
They're not those studio I would have, expected to make an Indiana Jones game because the tone feels very different from, or at least gameplay-wise, I wouldn't expect like the Wolfenstein-like shooter to translate well into we're making an Indiana Jones game. But on the other hand, you never know because I always associated Creative Assembly with like the Total War games.
Okay, yeah.
And then they made Alien Isolation.
Yeah, right.
It's like
that was pretty unexpected. Are they playing with the community patch? Yes. Cornhog, great name by the way. Yes, we are. And I am in spectator mode because I would get my ass kicked if...
and also it would be less interesting if we could only see Rogan's perspective.
Right. Yes. Second Hive looks to be... Let's... Indiana, yeah, exactly.
Yes, that was also my reaction when that announcement was like, not the studio I would have expected, but at least they have the expertise in the shooting Nazis part of Indiana Jones.
The ELCP is pretty official then. Well, our community member, Leader Enemy Boss, put it together, and
it's not really official, but it's just it's extremely handy for this kind of stream, so we're using it for this.
Yeah, exactly. Incredible Hulk returns from 1988. Absolutely. That's an MCU classic right there. It's hard to argue with Iron Man. Absolutely. I think that's a great choice as well. The first Iron Man is frickin' awesome. Started it all. Okay, second hive. Nice winter is here. Looks cold as heck. In chat, how cold do you think it is out here in Celsius? Like, it looks to me maybe like -15 with about a -25 wind chill.
So would you say this looks warmer or colder than Winnipeg?
It looks exactly like Winnipeg. Well, what's your favorite superhero movie then? Talks about Captain America too. Winter comes. Yeah, yeah.
I would say, you know, Rogan has jinxed the game, but I knew exactly when winter would be coming because I'm the LIE.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Like -10 Celsius. Cold Celsius. Yeah. That's a good call. Silly. Any battles going on? Who haven't I talked to? Salterius. Salterius, I'm gonna pull you in. I gotta see what's up with your stuff.
Winter hit, and immediately the game goes, hey, by the way, you're about to go bankrupt. Oops.
Salterius, how's it going? You doing okay?
Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you?
I'm doing fine. All doing good.
Yeah. I need to check your names again. Ultraxion and Centaria. How are they doing? Oh no, you have 3.
Yeah, they're
Dragon
doing
Axe.
fine because, well, I just forward settled right in the middle of everyone.
Yes.
Because I was a bit running out of space. There is a volcanic region right next to me, and I don't like that.
No.
Yeah.
And which faction are you again?
I'm the Draken.
The Draken. What? How come the Draken?
I mean, have you seen his Discord icon?
They're just your favorite, right?
I'm actually going with a theme.
Okay.
All the names are the dragon names from World of Warcraft.
Oh, very nice.
All city names here.
Those are the names. So Ultraxion, am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Darganax and Centaria. They're all from World of Warcraft.
Yes. Yes. And they are all like.
I guess Bo might have also been able to tell you that.
Dragons.
Yeah. Okay. Very nice.
So wait, is Salterius just taunting Bo?
Are you just taunting Bo?
Yes. You can say that.
Very straight up. Yes, I am. Nice. So you're looking pretty good. You got 3 different territories over here. Is your strategy just to expand as much as you can?
My strategy is to boom out.
Yeah.
Essentially, and just economy.
Of course.
Basically.
Yeah. Okay. Very nice. What are you doing good on right now, and what do you think you need to improve?
I need to improve everything. I'm making 1 dust a turn.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's something you need to like get on pretty soon.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Well, good luck, man. My heart's with you.
Yeah. Hopefully.
All right. See you later.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. All right. Never satisfied, you know? I need to... has 3 territories, doing pretty well? No, not doing well enough. I like that attitude.
And it's about to start selling my units because I went bankrupt. Or rather, just disbanding them because I can't sell them yet.
What are you doing best on, and what's your main problem right now?
For me?
Yeah.
Well, Dust. I'm sitting at 2 and I'm making -7, even though everybody is working on Dust.
Okay, Dust is where you need to improve. What do you think you're doing okay on right now? Anything?
No, not really. Like I at least still had some pretty experienced units that I started with that went through a couple of battles, and then they just got scrapped because I'm going bankrupt.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, I'm not doing too hot here, even though I'm supposed to be good at winter. But
okay. Etienne put a question in the chat. Quiz for Rogan. We talk about WoW cities, but in France, after a few years, they changed the name of some capitals in Warcraft. So in French, they changed the names of some places. Okay. What?
At the beginning, Stormwind is Stormwind, but after a few years, they changed the name of Stormwind. What is the French name for Stormwind?
Stormwind. Is it a super French name?
It's my opinion. I prefer Stormwind.
Stormwind. Do I have to answer in French? Can I do the English translation?
You can use Google Translate.
Google Translate. Okay, all right. Let's see. Stormwind.
so when you ask like that, I'm sitting here thinking, did somebody just give that name to a localization team without context, and they're like storm, wind, and then translate both with the same word in French or something like that?
Leader Enemy Boss said they did the same thing in German. Stormwind, like, what did? Oh. Did they just translate it directly?
No,
No.
They just translated.
Like,
but I feel that's
like rainy day or something like not badass at all. Can you tell me? Wait, does Rogan not speak French? No. I speak very poor French. I can order at a cafe and I can say hello.
French, Stormwind is hurlevent. Hurlevent.
Hurlevent.
Wind et hurle like a scream, owl.
Hurlevent.
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 I prefer Stormwind.
Yeah. Hurlevent. Okay. And then they changed it?
Yeah, they changed it after 1 or 2 years.
Okay.
At the beginning, its name is Stormwind. Stormwind is Stormwind too.
Right. Okay. All right. Omelette du fromage.
yes, certainly. But when you say Levant, as in the same way as the English name for the area east of the Mediterranean Sea. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Hey, Return of the Spoon in Twitch chat. I don't see it here very often, but you know what? You're like the source of half the art we share on our channel, on our Twitter channel. So
I guess
very cool stuff.
No, I guess Dono Gaming is suffering from the winter as well.
Yeah.
Because he's like, "Can't help, when does winter end?" The answer is, of course, soon. Trademarked.
How is living in France, not speaking French fluently? Do you get a hard time a lot? Some things are very hard, like setting up internet, which is something Kat can probably relate to.
So I think I'm cracking now.
For me, it was very hard too. Like doing stuff like that. Stuff over the phone is very hard. Body language is really important.
Yeah, for me, for the phone, the worst part is like when I was trying to deal with the internet issues over the hotline.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm like, can you speak slowly? My French is bad and the connection is worse. And they just keep super fast and
almost faster.
Like even if I spoke French, I wouldn't understand what you're saying because the connection is crackling.
Oh yeah, right. I learn something new every day, and I'm getting better. Social situations are very hard.
Don't worry, it's hard for French people too. Reminds me of a story one of my linguistics teachers at university once told me. he did an exchange year in London, at the London University. And he did a day trip to somewhere in the north of England.
Yeah.
And he parked in the parking lot, and there was a sign about, when you buy at these stores, then you get discount on your parking. But it didn't say which stores.
Right.
So he asked the guy there, which stores does that apply to? And he said a torrent of sounds came out of the dude's mouth. And he didn't understand anything. And he's like, excuse me? There was another torrent of sounds, and he didn't understand anything, and eventually he just gave up and left. And when he got back to London and told one of his colleagues there, the colleague was like, don't worry, we don't understand them either.
Yeah. Do you use apps like Duolingo to train your French? I do, quite a bit, but it only helps to a certain extent because you learn like the basics and you learn very like structured French, I would say, but social French is a lot more, like any language, there's slang and there's different ways of saying things like quickly and stuff. So that's pretty tough. This year has been very tough for learning a language because otherwise, I think a lot of it you pick up in, going out for beers with people or something.
That's one of the things I've been struggling with. Like I try to practice my vocabulary and like the grammar, but it's so hard to get into, social situations.
Yeah.
Practice.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's been a little bit tough, but I love French. Like I love the process of learning it. It's just a slow one, definitely. Wait, Steph is not French either? No, Kat is German.
Indeed. I mean, I often hear that people wouldn't peg me as German from hearing me, but I have to say that might be because I have a degree in English, so I studied it a lot.
Yeah, Kat speaks and writes better English than I do. And English is the only language that I speak. When I learned English, I spent time with a group of foreigners that lived in France. We met, spoke 1 hour in English and the other in French. That's great to learn. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
That is a mood, Rogan. Sakana says. Yes, Sakana, I know how your word's good. One German, one Canadian, one Frenchman are screaming in a room. Sounds like a bad joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
How did you learn English? Just from school or?
School, and then English, it's pretty bad.
It's good, it's great. It's like,
it's okay.
Hey,
okay.
I can talk to you, so, and I'm pretty stupid.
Oh, you're very patient.
I often, I get the impression, like, talking to colleagues here, that a lot of them are, like, very conscious about thinking their English is bad, but it really isn't that bad. Like, yeah, it's not, like, textbook English that is perfectly according to the rules, but frankly, most native speakers don't speak a textbook version of their own language.
Right.
Because when you grow up with a language, you don't learn the textbook version. You don't actively learn the rules. You just, learn to talk the way people around you talk.
Yeah. Say something in a way that another person can understand what you're trying to get across.
That's why you also stream in English.
You mostly stream in English? Do you have any anecdotes when a word you thought you knew had a very different meaning? I don't know if I have any anecdotes about that off the top of my head, but I definitely, like, in situations where I don't know what a word is, like I just don't have the vocabulary for it, I'll sometimes just say the English word in a French accent and cross my fingers, because sometimes that actually does work.
That I guess that works surprisingly often, mostly because the English language stole so many French words.
Right, yeah. So it does happen, maybe 4% of the time, but I do it anyway. And I should say a lot of people in Paris especially do speak English, which is nice.
Yeah, I guess it's a benefit of being in the large city here.
Yes, exactly.
The worst part about being kind of fluent in English is not being able to speak any slang without it sounding super weird. The most weird slang I can think of in like any language. Cockney rhyming slang.
Cockney rhyming slang is pretty strange, yes.
Yeah. and for context, for chat, for anybody who doesn't know what Cockney rhyming slang is, like in Cockney rhyming slang, somebody might say to you, he went down the apples. What he means is he went down the stairs. Because apples and pears rhymes with stairs, so you keep the bit that doesn't rhyme.
Yeah. Like what? It's awesome. God, Endless Legend looks so criminally good. Sinaj, welcome. Good to see you. What year is it? It's 2014, right? Endless Legend? It's, wow, 2014 is 7 years ago.
Was it that long ago? Don't even remember.
Is that crazy or what? 2014 seems like
yes,
last
2014.
year. Wow. 2014, I was just a barista at Starbucks, everybody. Now, look at me now.
You know, that's actually an interesting question. Like, how did you like end up at Amplitude? How did you come across the Amplitude games and end up here?
So I found a job posting. I'm from Winnipeg, back home. To anybody who doesn't know, in Canada, that's where I come from. And I was just on gamesindustry.biz. We actually posted a job in their kind of like right-hand column. And at the time I was streaming a lot and I was like super into making videos and stuff. And I don't know, the job posting, like what I do, I guess I'm the streaming and social media specialist here. And the job description just like sounded perfect for where I was at the time. And I just applied for it and for some reason got an interview all the way here in Paris.
It's really like complete luck that you saw the posting.
Yeah, absolutely, like completely. And I had been applying a lot because I really wanted to be in the games industry, and I found the Endless games, and I played them, and I was just like, and I saw the video on the website. It's really good, and it shows off like kind of the culture around here, and I just thought it looked like really, really cool and a nice adventure, and now I'm here. What about you? You were part of the community, right?
Yeah, this is actually way back.
Yeah.
10 years ago now, when, you know, well, I guess technically not fully 10 years ago because they didn't release the game when they were founded. But,
right.
You know, when Endless Space went into early access, and as Romain said on our stream yesterday, you know, when they founded Amplitude, it was like, oh, we love Space 4X, but it feels like there aren't any good Space 4X out there.
Right.
I was kind of in the same mood. It's like, oh, I'm itching for a Space 4X. There's no Space 4X.
Yeah.
And then Endless Space turned up on Steam, and I'm like, oh, this looks interesting.
Yeah.
Is it good? So I did what people do when they wonder whether or not a game is good.
The first Endless Space?
Yeah, the first Endless Space.
Yeah.
Namely, not read the games magazine, but check out the YouTube Let's Play.
Of course.
And so the two I came across were actually Total Biscuit, his WTF, may he rest in peace.
Yep, Total Biscuit,
and
awesome.
Cool 18, who, you know, now is an avatar in humankind.
Very cool, yeah.
And if not for, you know, Quill's playthrough back then, and at that time Quill also was like, he was just starting out and he was still going like, in the very first episode of the series of Endless Space he did, he was like, oh no, actually this other channel, he's way better than me, go watch him. And
yeah.
I mean, of course, in the end, you know, he was really successful. But if not for those two, I probably never would have checked out Endless Space.
Right.
I wouldn't have found games together, wouldn't have stuck around the community with all the, you know, fan creations, fan involvement, wouldn't have been in the betas for some of the Endless Legend expansions and become a VIP for ES2. And then, like, a bit over 2 years ago, they were looking for a new community manager, and the community manager at the time, Fox Squadron, Francois, insisted, let's post this on our forums because, you know, ideally, I'd like somebody who actually, you know, knows what our games are about, knows what our community is like.
Yeah.
And I had already actually tried applying twice for like a junior game designer position because I've been fascinated with game design since I was like 13.
Right.
But of course, I didn't exactly have the skills for that. But then I got the interviews, and apparently, you know, the skills as an English and maths teacher were considered useful for this position.
No, nice.
And so I ended up getting the job. So I went
Very
from,
cool.
you know, fan to being part of the company.
Absolutely.
Over the course of 10 years.
Yeah. We see it like on Twitter every once in a while, in the Discord. But it's definitely possible if you're part of the community and you're a positive member and, you know, you give constructive criticism and feedback every once in a while. Like, you know, you can make your way in here. Definitely. If your dream is to work at a studio like Amplitude or something like that, like, you have open positions.
Saying not the formalized skills, you mean? Yeah, it's like maybe I do have the skills for game design, I don't know, but the thing is I don't really have a portfolio to prove it. Like, I never had the time to participate in game jams and stuff like that, so I don't have anything to show to say, look, I can do game design.
Right.
Which is, you know, it makes it hard to get hired.
Yeah.
So, and I still do mean to, you know, polish up on my programming, because I haven't programmed in years, and back then it was, you know, for university it was a language specific to programming maths algorithms, so it was very specific. I need to like get better at C# and stuff like that, and then try to actually make some games.
Yeah. I am going to I'm actually going to do 2 back-to-back interviews. One with Dawn of Gaming. Are you cool if I bring you in here to chat? And then I want to bring LaSelmer in here again, because I saw he got Selmerific, so that's pretty cool. Dawn of Gaming, how are you?
Just showed up.
Just showed up. Nice. How's everything going in the game?
I'm very scared. I saw necrophages attacking things in my land, and
okay,
I'm bugs.
So, not a good sign.
Bugs are never a good sign.
Yeah. Well, what do you think you're doing best on? What do you think you need to improve on stat?
Well, what am I doing best on? I'm producing stuff.
Yeah.
I went bankrupt during the winter.
Fair. That's winter will do that to you.
Yeah.
And then, so you went bankrupt. What do you think?
Dawn of Gaming went bankrupt too?
I sold population.
Man, that winter was harsh.
Sold army. It's bad.
It's bad. But how are things now? Are looking up a little bit, or?
I am desperately trying to gather some semblance of safety.
Fair enough.
Building troops, re-establishing my dust economy, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Why the Kapaku?
I picked random, so that's what the gods said I would be.
How are you with the Kapaku? Like, were you crossing your fingers for something to come up, or?
Wasn't crossing my fingers for anything in particular, but honestly, this is the worst Kapaku I have ever experienced. Because Kapaku are super reliant on their strategics, and I have yet to find a single strategic, which means I can't even do my terraformers.
All right, so not the best.
No, not the best at all.
All right, well,
if my score says otherwise, it lies.
It does actually say otherwise, but I'll take your word for it. All right, best of luck out there. I
found some bugs.
Yeah, absolutely. Best of luck. All right, I'm actually going to bring LaSelmer in here as well. Bobo.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, that's the best answer. Pick something, it applies.
Yes.
That's where I am.
So you've got Selmerific and Bomantic.
Yeah.
And
I'm just scrambling to get some economy up and running so I can chunk out some troops, because I had a roaming army.
Yeah.
Well, army, that's a big word. But it got pummeled.
Okay.
By an evil bug from a certain red empire there.
Yeah, they'll get you.
Over to the southeast.
Yeah.
That was...
Is Selmerific still relatively new?
Yeah, that's a couple of turns old.
Okay.
I just saw there's lots of juicy, golden production down there, so maybe I could get something out of that.
Yeah. What do you think you have, like, what's your major weakness this time around?
Well, dust. I need more of that.
It seems like dust is pretty hard to come by for a lot.
That seems to be a theme
Yeah.
in this game.
Now I'm starting to wonder if that
also,
is
right
maybe
now
some
my biggest
rebalancing of the
weakness is
LCP that I didn't take into
well,
account. We'd have to ask
I
Leader
don't
Enemy
have-
Boss
I don't
about
have
that.
enough
If
armies,
he maybe, increased upkeep
so
or
I need
something
to
like that.
rebuild my army
Yeah.
so I can take some of these roamies out and maybe, when the time comes, defend myself against some bugs.
Nice. Well, Bo, I love your territory names. Selmerific, I'd go there.
Yeah.
Do you
It's
got like a pull-out couch or
travel
something for me
brochure.
to hang out?
What?
Do you have a pull-out couch over in Selmerific so I can kind of crash there one time?
It's just setting up an Airbnb or something.
Nice. Okay. I'll be on the lookout for it. Thanks, Bo. Good luck.
But yeah, for now, trying to build tall, trying to recover, trying to bulk up my defensive forces.
Hey, you're hanging in there. So.
For now.
Awesome. Thanks, Bo.
Twitch chat is great. Somebody shows up, congratulates us to end the stage and asks, "Hey, what's happening?" And chat replies, "Glistening Horatio."
Very nice. Very nice. À tes souhaits?
Merci.
Oh, the second one didn't come.
À tes amours.
À tes aveux?
Amours, ouais.
Okay, all right. I forgot it anyway.
No,
where I grew up in Germany, you probably heard that in German we say Gesundheit when you sneeze. But where I grew up, the thing was that for the second one you'd say Schönheit, beauty, and for the last one, intelligence.
Oh, so you got to have 3 to get to intelligence.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, I guess by the time you've sneezed the third time, you do feel like your brain kind of turns into that.
I go 2 every time. 2 sneezes every time, no matter what. I don't know what that's about. Glistening Horatio Pecs. That's the best answer you could possibly have.
So that should have been put behind a spoiler, because that's not for unprepared eyes.
What's happening so far? So we do have, this is a multiplayer game going on with a couple members of the community. It looks like, I think Cyrob is doing really good here, and Saltirius is doing pretty well as well, and Casseron. But I think it's like all fairly close. It seems like a lot of people are struggling for dust.
Cyrob has renamed his cities again.
Oh.
He has Industry.
Very nice.
Now.
Breadfield. And Nerinus. Maybe that's a new one? Like an unnamed one?
Yeah, I think he just claimed that.
Should have bet on Cyrob winning. We should have placed a couple bets before. Not for money, of course. Maybe for like channel points or something. My sister would sneeze super hard once a day at random. No matter what, once a day. One time I asked my brother, I was like, Jake, how many times do you think you sneeze in a month? He said once. One time in a month. Can't be true. I maybe sneeze like in a week. Like if I do it 2 times every time, probably like 6 times a week. I'd bet 1 Horatio cake on Cyrob winning. Sinesh, you would have made that cake anyway.
Probably, because it's Sinesh we're talking about.
How do you sneeze in German versus in French versus in English? So in English you say achoo. In French you say baguette.
In German it's hachi.
Hachi. Or like just beer comes out.
Well, I should always say, you know, people always think, you know, in German, but we have, you know, some very different like cultures within in Germany, like the Bavarians, very different than like in the north where around Prussia used to be, as opposed to like the west and the Ruhrgebiet, or around Frankfurt where I grew up. So I think Bavarian might have a different onomatopoeia is the word for that.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Bavarian is a very different German than the German where I grew up.
Okay. All right. Horatio Cake 2, the splicing. Nice. Very cool.
I think the people in North Rhine-Westphalia would disagree with that, especially the people in Cologne, because Carnival is so un-Prussian.
Mount Cries, Emberheart, Lava Hold. Man, the Kapaku Dawn of Gaming has the coolest names for his territories here. Lava Hold, Emberheart, Mount Cries. Very cool. So we have the Hive, we have Hive C, and then we have Second Hive. B-Hive would have been just absolutely stellar. Kine Silverhide, welcome. It says you're new here. Okay, what else is going down? Oh, look at this.
Ooh, what do we have here?
Found something?
Yes, I found the Endless Quest hero.
Ooh, let's go on over to... Oh, all right.
Let's see, can I somehow get the high ground on him? Probably not really. Oh no, I can. Excellent.
Do we have any Urkins on the map?
Yeah, I think some of them are spawned already.
I haven't seen just yet. By the way, Etienne, I've been thinking about my eclair for the past 2 hours, maybe.
Oh, right. You didn't have time to eat that, I guess.
I got a dessert for lunch, everybody, and it's just sitting for me at my desk. It's like,
that must be so distracting while you're streaming.
You love the art book? Yes, everybody. The art book is now available, so you can go check that out over on Games Together. Stone Saber, you like it? How long is it? Do you know?
I think over 100 pages.
Yeah. You guys check the military tab anytime? Oh, Caswaron is being a little cheeky. Military tab in this one is here. Oh, I can't check it. In this, I thought maybe it would like give me a list or something as a spectator of what you guys.
Yeah,
that totally missed
that would be nice, but I don't think you know, we can take the system that far.
Yeah, yeah. 128 pages. Yeah, just got the art book. Yeah, this is gonna have to be a a 2, 3, maybe even 4-part stream. I think this is one where we can like save the save, and then whenever we can get everybody back together, we can keep playing. Because we're on turn 43 right now. Making progress, but help Necros. Dawn of Gaming is in a bit of trouble. Where is that?
But I mean, Dawn of Gaming is playing the Kapaku, right?
Yes.
So at least his units are immune to disease.
Can't help, no real army because of bankruptcy.
Yep.
254 pages actually, since they're paired. Nice, good point. Silver Luke 9 just got the art book. What do you think? Cyrob's gonna win by turn 50. That would be impressive. Industry, Breadfield, Tree Needed. Selmerific. I'm going for Bow here, honestly. My money's on Bow. Stone Saber. Guys, what is your favorite faction? Mine is the Mavros. Across all Endless games? Because, I don't know, we do a lot of talking about Horatio, and for good reason.
Yeah,
I like the Horatio.
For me, it's probably the Alai. But as I said earlier on the stream, that's probably because, you know, they are kind of close to the idea I had submitted myself to the faction creation contest, so...
Right. Yes, everybody, if you haven't heard of speaking of contests, if you haven't heard of the low-cost cosplay contest, we have that going on right now, and you can win copies of Humankind, as well as some of the Endless collections. So all you have to do is take a picture of yourself in the lowest cost cosplay of any Amplitude character, or like, it doesn't even have to be a character, whatever, from like the Amplitude anything. And low cost cosplay, take a picture of it, share it on social media, hashtag amplified cosplay, and you could win.
Trust me, you can go get away with very low-cost cosplays on this.
Very low cost. Find anything around your house. Do not spend a single cent. And take 2 minutes to do it.
Sublestrous is asking if the 2 new DLCs are made in-house. They're again done in collaboration with NGD. No, not NGD anymore. With Clumsy Dwarf. Sorry, yeah. NGD was, you know, where they worked before with Clumsy Dwarf. But of course, you know, since they're quest DLCs, a significant chunk of the content is actually coming from Jeff and Steve.
Yeah. Yeah, it's mostly narrative content. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all narrative content,
yeah.
Except, yeah, okay, of course, the quests have a gameplay part in that there's objectives.
Right.
But like the true meat of those DLCs, I'd say, is the actual narrative content and the, you know, new info you get about the Endless universe.
Yeah. Wait, what if I sell myself my own Horatio cosplay for like 1 cent? You know what? 1 cent is fine. All you gotta do, at home cosplay. A cosplay of Jeff is possible, Etienne. Anything. Just have to share it on social media, hashtag amplified cosplay. And that's it. And you can win copies of the game.
And to answer Pete Crichton in YouTube chat, we're talking about the 2 new DLCs we've announced today, that they're available for pre-purchase now, but they're not out yet, which is quest DLCs for both Legend and Space 2.
right. Bowmantic. But what are your favorite factions? Stone Saber. Yours are the Mavros? How come the Mavros? I really like Jeff's explanation for his being the Sophon. Kind of their tinkering nature.
So guys, you heard it here on our streams this year first. If ever the moon blows up, it was Jeff.
It was Jeff. You found him. Ultraxion.
How big is the DLC? Sam is asking in YouTube chat. It's about a dozen quests for one of them, and the other a few quests more. But you know, I don't have like this is how many words are in the DLC kind of measure of how big they are. But I'd say probably comparable to the quest DLC we did before. The what was it called? Lost Tales. For Endless Legend, and don't remember the name of the one for ES2.
Return of the Spoon art book. Yeah, over on Games Together. You can redeem it. Obviously, if you have a Games Together account, you log in and.
Yeah, Stone Saber. The Mavros are the best of both worlds because they have the renegade mercenary vibe, but they still tinker to make better guns.
Yeah.
Somebody constructed the industry pole.
Yep.
Syrob, was that you? I bet that was Syrob. Yeah, Syrob in game chat. Who could that have been? Syrob, don't pretend. We all know it was you.
I think. Oh, okay. I won't say it was, but I also won't say it wasn't.
Like, was there ever any doubt?
Also, the free weekend is starting later on. Actually, no, it should be live.
It should be
right
live now.
Actually,
I think, yes. I think it started at 7 p.m.
Yeah. Does that include all of the content for each of the games?
The base
Just
games.
the base game.
But
yeah,
our policy for multiplayer is, if the host owns the DLC, you can play with it. So if you want to try, you can try out the base game, and if you think, oh, this is kind of fun, but I want to know what the DLC is like, find somebody who has the DLC to host a multiplayer game and join them.
Absolutely. Yep.
And they, then they can, if it's a nice person, they'll probably also, tutor you and give you tips on, how to get better and how stuff works, because they can be very daunting games to get into. Like 4X games in general is super daunting.
Yeah, totally. But it could be a good time if you're an Endless Space 2 player and you don't have Endless Legend. You can try it out. Vice versa. It's a cool time.
And of course, the Endless Day quests are live, so you can even get the extra content for Endless Day.
Yep.
One of them I can actually show off is, wait, no, that's the wrong city. He's assigned here. Is this Ended hero. You can unlock by a quest.
Looks very...
I think you can get him... I don't remember.
I guess it's not on your screen.
Remember, right, you can't see it, right?
I can...
I can pop him out of the city. Let me...
Yeah, let's see that.
Let me unassign him. And
which city? Sealy or Unsealy?
Yeah, wait, I need to create the army first.
Okay.
Heroes. Create army on city. Boom. And then I'll just scoot him slightly off of the city so you can see him better. And I think, if I recall correctly, once you've got him, then he will later show up in your marketplace so you can get him.
Look at this. Eslik Tarosh 3. Very cool. Flying. Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, if I already popped him out of the city, I might as well use him to try finish some of these quests.
Battle happening over here. Oh. Nice job. Did Bo just win that? Bo, let me know in chat what happened with that battle. Actually, no. Let's get you on. Let's get you on, Bo. Because I just missed that. Just making sure it doesn't move around. Bo.
Yeah.
So what just happened there?
Well, I was on my way to pick up some stuff, some of that shiny stuff up here.
Of course.
And I got attacked on my way. And then I had to defend myself.
Was that a who were you fighting?
I didn't really see two roaming armies, different types.
Sisters of Mercy, it looks like.
So I sort of almost auto-resolved that.
Right. Okay.
So I wasn't paying a lot of attention. I was placing my units, clicking launch attack, and that was pretty much it.
Right. All right. Nice.
So self-defense.
How's everything else going?
Yeah, I'm still struggling with my economy, but I'm trying to boost it as much as I can so I can afford an army. So I eventually will be able to either expand or defend myself, because I have a sneaky feeling that might be something that I will need to do sooner rather than later.
Right. Okay. All right. Nice, Bo. Well, good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Nice. Nice job out there, Bo. Doing work. Oh.
So, first comment on what's been going on in chat. So, Doodlegoop, you're going to give it your minimum effort, I take it. And Adam Blake Taylor, to connect your G2G and Twitch accounts, it's not on your main profile page. You need to go into your account settings.
All right. Bomantic, looking good. Let's go see what's happening on the eastern side over here. Oh, what's this guy doing all the way? Oh, what's this? Okay, specialized polyp. Wow, it looks amazing. Shaka is over here with... Does anybody own Shaka? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. All right. Oh, winter. Right? Or no? No, not yet.
The dust eclipse ended.
Dust eclipse. Oh, now it's just a lot brighter. Syrob has been raising an army of Vidyani, which aren't even supposed to be on Ariga. Syrob will find a way. Yes, so by the way, everybody, just a heads up about tomorrow's stream. So tomorrow we'll be talking with Roma and William, and we'll be talking all about humankind. Tomorrow is like the humankind day. And then Ryan, one of the producers on the game, is going to be chatting a little bit about some modding stuff. So if you're into that, tune in. The chat with Roma and William should happen between around 3 and 4 Central European time, so you can do the conversion wherever you are. And then right after that will be Ryan. That will also last about an hour. And then we're going to be playing some Humankind. Again, the Lucy OpenDev build. And we're going to have drops enabled once again. So if you missed any of the drops, You can stop in, you can stop by, watch a little bit of the stream, make sure you're all Twitch connected with Games Together, and then you can get those rewards for the game when it comes out, which will be cool. Because there are a couple rare ones. The rarest being the Spiffing Brit, of course.
Yes.
And Zerator, which is a French streamer.
Spiff is of course so rare because he doesn't stream on his own channel. He only streams with the Yogscast.
Yeah. That rarity thing is cool to me though. You can only get it here for now.
Sublustrous, I think it's on game creation. So if you start the game and then you save, then the quests are enabled, as far as I recall.
Mm.
If this is art, I don't think you will ever get an answer to the question of what do Hishu look like without helmets.
I don't know if I want to see it because I'm haunted by the pelican eating food.
If we ever did make that, 3D RPG game that people keep asking for, it would probably be like facial customization when you switch to Hishu would just be helmet customization.
That's something only their spouses and parents know. Yeah.
Antonazzi.
Antonazzi, yes. Did Rogan just go through a time anomaly? Yeah. I'm sorry, Rogan. It still haunts my dreams. If anybody in chat hasn't seen it, the pelican eating food.
No, it wasn't even eating food. It was just yawning.
It was just yawning?
It was just yawning.
Yeah, it's that's an absolute sight to see. Endless RPG. Do not look up pelicans yawning. It's like Anna says. Yeah, yes, it's not nice.
Do not.
It's upsetting. It is upsetting. That's a great way to put it. It's just like, it's not pleasant. You're like, what? Ugh. Gross.
If you need to look up birds, I'd say look up secretary birds hunting.
Secretary birds hunting? Is that cool or what?
They kick snakes.
They kick snakes. That's all. That's all.
They just say. They stalk and then just.
Doodle Goop, you put in your cosplay contribution? Okay. Can't wait. And it's not and not the low budget. Yeah. You just in a couple minutes put together like an unbelievable like he-show outfit. Secretary birds are sweet. They're one of my favorites.
Olena asking, is it worse than a Schubel spine sticking out of its mouth when it yawns? That is exactly what it is.
Psychana, what are your top 3 favorite birds? Favorite kinds of birds? Endless Metroidvania roguelite tower defense. Good idea. Harpy eagles, best birds. Harpy eagles, okay, I gotta check those out. Bald eagles are pretty awesome. He show mating dance. They have a dance? I feel like that would just have the opposite effect. Is what they're looking for. Worse.
No, it's like, like war dances.
Oh yeah.
You know how that, way back in history, armies, well, I say armies, but they were fairly small armies back then, and, like, you know, psych themselves up with like these ritual things.
Right. Worst bird is vampire finch. Evil bird. Golden eagle. Yeah, that just sounds majestic as heck. Secretary bird, crows, and harpy eagles. That's the definitive top 3 birds list here on the Amplitude Amplified 2021 stream, day 2. There you have it. Crows are cool. Crows are like little detectives, huh? They have some investigating skills, right? The emu is the best bird, changed my mind. I think you should change your mind, because emus are scary as heck.
We can't talk about emus here, especially not on the stream tomorrow when William is here.
Right, right. Yeah. Except pelicans, yeah. Loggerhead shrikes. Oh, that's a B-side bird, for sure. My favorite bird are the Mighty Ducks. It's actually a hockey team from a movie, but still awesome. Emus confirmed for humankind then. Yeah, emus are actually one of the 10 contemporary cultures.
They're immune to all gunpowder units, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I got bit by a duck. I'm mildly biased against them. Right. Penguins are cool. It's just hilarious to me how much content we're getting out of this bird conversation, everybody.
Psychonis and shit, of course you're getting a lot of content out of a bird
That's
conversation.
very true. That's very true. Emus are scary. They look like they can just charge you.
I mean, they kind of can.
Yeah, they definitely can. It's so funny seeing leader enemy boss with just 1 territory here, but you know he's doing work. You just know it. Cyrob is having a time over here too. Cassowary will give you nightmares. They make upsetting sounds. You should have bit the duck in return. I'm with Sublustrous. Get bit, bite back. Emus are scary, cassowaries are terrifying. Yeah.
You know, I think I don't have clear memories of it because I was so little at the time, but apparently when I was like a little toddler, I had the bright idea of throwing a stone after a goose.
Oh, yeah. And
don't enrage geese. They bite hard.
They bite hard.
Yes,
Damn.
very hard. According to my parents, the only thing that saved me from, you know, being severely bruised was the thickness of the diaper.
Oh, wow, you were that young.
Yeah, I was that young. Like, I meant it, like, really small.
Yeah.
Like, barely able to walk, and then...
Yeah.
Throwing the stones after the geese.
Toss them.
And not a smart idea.
Yeah.
Especially not when the goose is taller than you, basically.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That goose is a coward. They're taking on... They're
It's
like, oh, this little guy...
It's like, you know, the whole, and you are a horrible goose thing? Yes.
Jelloid, what are we doing here? Endless Legend. Yeah, we're playing some multiplayer with a couple people from the community, and we're also talking birds right now.
Apparently. Because that's just the thing we do, I guess.
Yeah, that's our stream. We're mostly discussing how sexy Horatio is. We were just saying, Horatio's just shredded, 100%. I can't believe no one else said chickens. Chickens aren't that cool, in my opinion. But actually, Chicken Run was a pretty good movie, right? You see Chicken Run? You like Chicken Run?
Yeah.
I don't remember if I've ever seen it, but what comes to mind for me is like that scene from Wallace and Gromit where Wallace is like with the binoculars and he's looking out and like, oh, those chickens are up to something.
Yeah. Yeah. The claymation was pretty good. Did somebody just say chickens are OP?
I mean, have you ever played Zelda?
Oh, yeah.
The chickens are OP.
The chickens are OP. Yeah. That's true. I like clay animation so much. Yeah. Yeah, Sublustrous. It's so good. Do you have a favorite clay animation? They used to do them like a lot more, but I don't...
They're apparently like super expensive to make.
Yeah, they've got to be. De Las Capitaine. Cool name. They make good chicken sandwiches. A chicken sandwich is really good. Chickens make for OP sandwiches, I would say. Like a chicken club, I would say... Here's my sandwich tier list. Chicken club, a Reuben, and like a Montreal smoked meat, like kind of like a pastrami-ish sandwich. Like just shove all the pastrami in there or something. I like the chicken in Fable better than any other. CBO at McDonald's. All other things at McDonald's. Better than the Big Mac?
Yeah, I prefer the chicken, bacon, onion. It's all white meat.
Simple.
Simple.
Simple. Reubens are OP. Yeah. Reuben plus one. We got some Reuben fans in the chat. Hell yeah.
You know, Rogan, I'm starting to think I can tell that you've had your eclair on your mind because the chat commentary has turned to food again.
Why does our chat
always turn to food?
Always turn to food.
It
like the
also
best
often turns to birds, but I know why, because we have Saikana.
Right.
But always food.
Our chat is always food. Best cake. What's the difference between a tart and a cake? Best sandwiches. Food unites us all. That's true. It's true, Doodle Goop. And you know what? We're here for our second... Is this the second winter? Yeah, I think so.
I think it might actually be the third.
The third? Turn 55, 3 winters.
But I'm not sure. I didn't count. But wait, we can actually check, I think. I might say here. It's the second one.
Second one. I like a nice Italian sub. But buffalo chicken sub is my go-to. So wait, are you talking like Subway?
I'm pretty sure you know the term Subway sandwich is not the trademark and was around before the company.
Yeah. But like usually Subway has something called like the buffalo chicken sub, and they have it like, that's like their thing at my local Subway near my place back home. Buffalo chicken sub. So buffalo chicken, have you ever had, do you like spicy?
Yeah.
It's like kind of a vinegary tasting like hot sauce.
It's like
buffalo?
Tex-Mex chicken?
A little bit, but it's like, it's got more of a, like a vinegar taste to it. And it's very good. It's very good. And it's spicy. Got a little kick. Winter has come once again. I mean, just a generic sub. Yeah, Doodle Goop. I agree. Buffalo chicken is good. Hot sauce, butter, sugar, and vinegar. Yeah. Frank's goes with everything, even breakfast. Nefarious. +1 on that one. Thumbs up. I like that. RT. Last fall, I grew potatoes by accident. All right, Sinaj.
How did you grow potatoes by accident?
You gotta expand.
I mean, I guess it's possible if he like, lives in a more rural community and he has like a compost area behind the house, and it's like, oh, I have these potatoes that are not good anymore. And he throws them in the compost. I guess then it might grow an accident.
Right. I had grown potatoes before, and there were. Oh, so they were okay.
So you just hadn't gotten all of them out. I guess.
Right.
My one of my grandfathers used to have this little garden, and he'd grow like potatoes and beans and all of that in there. And one year he was like pulling up the potatoes, and there was one potato in there. A single potato that weighed about a whole kilogram.
What?
It was like
a single.
The like potato was as big as my head.
You can make all the poutine with that.
I was like, what? How did you get this potato to be this big?
That's insane. That's awesome. Prosciutto is the most OP sandwich meat. Nice. Prosciutto is good. I will pray to that potato as my new god.
I mean, of course, I'm a bit exaggerating about it being as big as my head, but it was over a kilogram heavy, and it was like, that single potato was enough for my whole family for the lunch, and we were a family of 5.
Yeah. Stone Saber, they have poutine in France. There are a couple places I've been for poutine. I'm Canadian, so like Etienne, I'm so hungry. Yeah, me too.
Do you find is it good poutine in France?
There's actually a Canadian bar here.
Okay.
What is it called? The Moose. Have you heard of it? It's actually called the Moose.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I should check around where I live, given that the 2 roads down is the Avenue des Canadiens.
Oh yeah, and it has great poutine.
Okay.
And they have so many different kinds. Like they'll have the standard cheese gravy fries, but then they'll have ones with like pulled pork or like chicken in there, fried chicken.
Yeah, after the COVID, I ate not the COVID poutine.
Oh yeah.
With Uber Eats, but it's good. But I want to eat a really.
Well, next time I go home, I'll package one up real good for you and bring it back.
But not for the
yeah. But sometimes it is really like these foods you only get where you grew up, and it's like my family actually was like, oh your birthday's coming up soon. Is there like any food that you can't get in France that we could mail you?
Yeah, no kidding. You just get a bunch of like saran wrap and like.
I mean,
it would come so soggy.
Not necessarily like made food that they need to wrap up,
right.
but like just like ingredients that might be hard to get here because they're not popular in France.
Yeah. After COVID, Etienne and everybody, we're going for poutine and some beers over at the Moose. First poutine, after sport, and after Buffalo. Yeah. I'm in Toronto, and there are so many poutine places. Yes, yeah. Toronto has some just great restaurants in general, but yeah, lots. I'm from Winnipeg in Canada, and we have a couple like really good places as well. Man, this single leader enemy boss, this single territory is so suspect. If you were in Among Us, you would be quite sus right now. Fry crawl. Sycana, yeah. When you're here too, we're going fry crawl. Going to all 2 places that sell poutine in Paris. Blue kind of sus, NGL, yeah.
I still haven't gotten around to playing Among Us.
Oh, you get a big group together and it's quite fun.
One
you
thing
learn a lot about your friends.
One thing I really want want to also do with some friends is play the Battlestar Galactica board game.
Oh.
Because it's kind of the same principle. Like one person is a traitor, and you don't know. Of course, in that
kind
case,
of like mafia style.
Yeah, and of course in that case he's a Cylon, and you're on the fleet that's constantly trying to escape the Cylon base stars, and one of you is potentially there might not be a Cylon even.
Oh, okay.
Or there might be two, and you don't know, and then you need to try escape, and it's like, oh, here's the challenge. You need these stats, like, oh, you need, I don't know, 3 combat and 5 engineering, or stuff like that. And then somebody plays politics, which is actually bad, but you don't know if they played it or if it was the random draw. And then the cards get revealed, and everybody's like, oh, he's a Cylon. No, he's a Cylon. That's exactly what a Cylon would say. And we should get Syrup in there because, with all the AI jokes, he would be kind of sus.
Yeah. Whitaker, it'll be short but savory crawl. Honestly, you can, I've never even finished a poutine, honestly. You're done after 6 fries. So it's fine. A fry crawl can be very short and still satisfying. But not in the chat. All right. Oh, it looks like we're kind of getting to the end.
Yeah.
Of this here.
Yeah, we need to wrap up.
Oh.
So I guess we have 3 minutes. So we probably need to save and finish the stream. It was nice of everybody to join us.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. We'll let everybody finish their battles as we do our little spiel at the end here, but we really appreciate you guys coming out. This was really fun, good endless day. Happy birthday to Romain, by the way. It's his birthday. He was on stream yesterday. He's going to be on stream tomorrow, but shout out. Yeah, this was really fun. Tomorrow what we're going to do is, again, Romain and William are going to be on to talk all things humankind, so you can join the chat. You can ask your questions, and we will shoot them over to them during that stream. I'll have a couple questions for them at the start. It'll kind of follow the same sort of structure as the streams before. Right after that, we're going to be talking with Ryan, who is a producer on Humankind, and he'll be talking modding. So if you guys are interested in modding, come on out and ask your questions again, because this is all for you. We want to take your questions and shoot them over to the people that are directly involved in making the game, putting it together. And after that, we're going to be playing some Humankind. We're going to have drops enabled, which is going to be very cool. So if you missed out on any of the ones back in December already, that's so weird that the Lucy Open Dev was in December. If you missed any of the drops then, you'll have another opportunity tomorrow. But we'll also be playing the Lucy Open Dev. So if you just want to come hang out and talk about poutine for 3 hours, I actually think it's 2 hours tomorrow. But nonetheless, if you want to talk about birds, the best sandwiches, poutine, you want to talk about anything, honestly.
Sekana already requesting Birdkind.
Birdkind when? Yeah. We'll see. Maybe ask Ryan when the Birdkind mod will be out. Duckkind, yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming out. This was really fun. And we will see you tomorrow. So have a great one.